the Saturday dance. Heard they crowded the floor. Couldn't bear it without you. Don't get around much anymore. Thought I'd visit the club. Got as far as the door. They have asked me about you. Don't get around much anymore. Darling, I guess my mind's more at ease. But nevertheless, why stir up memories? Been invited on dates. Might have gone, but what for? They have asked me about you. Don't get around much anymore. Don't get around much anymore. Don't get around much anymore. Yeah.
Oh, Mom, don't worry that this long-distance call's on my bill.
It's so. Did not.
Shh. I've tried, but Mikey won't eat it.
Did not. It's so.
Oh, you know, he eats nothing but peanut butter sandwiches.
That's not true.
Hang on. What's the problem here?
Kara said some guy named Paul Bunyan ate 16 cows for lunch. That's what my teacher said.
Trish, I fixed it. I just have this one small piece left over.
Yeah, that's nice. Yes, Mom, I am listening. And don't worry, this call's on my bill. It's no problem. Why don't I call you later, Mom?
What's in the pot?
Broccoli. Don't worry about Mikey being a picky eater, Mom.
Broccoli?
I think he's getting over it.
Gross. I want peanut butter.
Trish.
Deb, hi, how are you?
Okay, have you spoken to Melanie?
Yeah, she called this morning, said she'd try to make it, but she's a little swamped.
What
a day. What happened with you?
You go first.
Okay, well, I tell you. I was in the kitchen. Oh, Mom, don't worry that this long-distance call's on my bill.
Did not. It's so. Did not. It's so. Kara said some guy named Paul Bunyan ate 16 cows for lunch.
I just have this one small piece left over.
Broccoli? Gross. I want peanut butter.
What did you do?
What else? I tapped into the power.
Tell me about it.
There I was, an ordinary mom.
Need help? Visit our website at www.saveyoursanity.com. Or just save your sanity by tapping into the resources of more than 40,000 helpful websites.
Then I slid into my computer chair, and with a few clicks of my mouse, I became a mom on the net with the world at my fingertips. To cut down on my phone bill, I wrote my mother a letter. Then in 1/6 of a second, I emailed the letter from my computer to hers. I found some great information on engine repair for John. Kara and I read up on Paul Bunyan. I found some delicious sandwich recipes that Mikey actually ate. Then my budding artists found some great craft projects on their computer, which kept them occupied while I had quiet time with the baby.
Bravo!
And you?
I had your typical 90-mile-an-hour don't stop till you drop day. Unfortunately, it started out too slow.
Come on, cooperate. I've got to be at work in 30 minutes. I can't believe this. I need a more reliable car.
Mom, can you help me with something tonight?
What, honey?
I have to do a 12th-grade report on Africa with maps of all the mountains and rivers and tributaries.
Rivers and tributaries. Okay. The boss needs a stock report by 12 noon. Hello? You need to know the theme of the baby shower I'm in charge of. By tomorrow. No problem.
And was it a problem?
It could have been. There I was, your typical working mom, but with a few clicks of my mouse.
Dun, 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 dun,
I found a
dun, dun,
car
dun.
with 6 cylinders, great gas mileage, and it's right in my price range. Gave Chrissy a stack of paperwork on Africa, almost as high as the Kilimanjaro mountain she's reporting on. Got a current stock report from my boss, and looked up baby shower themes. I think I'll choose the Fiesta theme.
Good choice. That sounds like fun.
How does anyone have time to have fun?
Melanie!
You made it!
I'm so sorry I missed lunch. I had to go to the library to copy reference material for Nikki's report on New Zealand, and that took forever. Then I went to the bookstore to get a cookbook of low-fat recipes for that party that I might go to with George Cooper on Saturday. And of course, the book was sold out, so now I get to drive back there on Thursday. I had to drive to my sister's and drop off a poem. She wants it for her second graders tomorrow.
Melanie,
And then,
are you on the internet?
isn't that for techno geeks with spreadsheets?
Oh, Mel, you need the power. Come on.
Meet you both at my house.
Hello, I'm Trish Casey, founder and editor of The Mommy Times, an online magazine for moms.
And I'm Deb Rome, computer consultant and owner of Deb's Webs, a web design company. And this is Melanie. Join us now as we explore the power of the internet.
We're Moms on the Net. We became Moms on the Net because there are so many resources available on the internet for moms and their families.
After teaching countless internet seminars to women, we realize that many people are intimidated by the net.
We also know that once you tap into the power of the internet and experience the resources of the world literally at your fingertips, you'll wonder why you waited so long.
The net is exciting.
So enjoy our action-packed internet adventure, because when it's time for the real action, we surf the net. Learn with us as we ride the wave of information called the internet. We created Moms on the Net for 3 reasons. First, we want all women to share an awareness of the resources available for them on the net.
Second, we want moms to be comfortable helping their kids on the net and know how to monitor their activities.
Our country's leaders say it's their goal that by the year 2000, all public classrooms will be wired for the internet.
And third, the more frequently women get on the internet and use it, the more there'll be services targeted and developed for women. Are you ready, Melanie?
I guess so.
Okay, so what the heck's the net?
The Internet's a network of thousands of computers worldwide communicating and sharing information with each other.
A single computer in the home of one mom on the net can easily communicate with computers throughout the world.
The internet is one entity with many different components. 2 of the most widely used components of the internet are electronic mail, or email, and the World Wide Web.
To visualize the way it works, imagine the internet like a giant octopus with its many arms extending outward on their own. Email and the World Wide Web are 2 of the arms extending out from the internet, each arm entirely separate from the other, yet both part of the same body.
Email is one of the easiest, most inexpensive communication tools available today. You can instantly send or receive text from one computer to another. Email's great for anything you might use paper mail or the phone for: letters, recipes, jokes, poems, even business.
The World Wide Web is abbreviated www. Now, we've all seen www.this and www.that. This www is part of the address for each communication site or website on the World Wide Web. Unlike email, which has only text, the web can combine text, pictures, animation, and sound. Car manufacturers, movies, and even the Discovery Channel have websites. Most businesses and modern products now have a website.
The Internet was born in 1969. Masterminded by the Department of Defense, it was a computer linking system originally intended for the use of educational facilities and the government. Thanks to the brain power and the innovation of many different people and organizations, the Internet has now grown strong.
One of our most frequently asked questions is, when I'm on America Online, CompuServe, or the Microsoft Network, am I on the internet?
Many people think that an online service and the internet are the same, but they're not.
If you become a member of an online service, you're actually on a private computer network, but you may still access the internet through these online services. Once you actually get on, you're communicating with thousands of computers.
Through the wonders of modern technology, it's now possible to access the internet through a phone line and view it on a television set.
But currently, the most popular and most widely available means is through your computer. And for this, you need 5 things.
The first thing you'll need, of course, is a computer, either a PC or a Macintosh. It doesn't matter.
Second, a modem, which connects your computer to a phone line. Modems can be internal, which means the modem gets installed inside your computer, or they can be external, which means they're a separate piece of equipment that gets connected to a cable. External modems also have indicator lights that are helpful. Your modem should have a 14.4 baud rate or faster. The baud rate is the rate at which the modem transmits computer data through a phone line.
Third, a telephone connection.
you can use your current phone line. However, if your mom is trying to call to give you a break by watching your kids for the afternoon, she'll get a busy signal.
Fourth, an internet service provider or ISP account. More about that in a minute.
Fifth, internet service provider software, which comes with the ISP account. Okay, for a new car and a trip to Europe, what are the 5 things you need?
A computer, a modem, a telephone line, an internet service provider, and internet service provider software.
Okay, that's great. Now let's assume you have a computer, a modem, and a phone line all squared away.
The web is used to communicate.
To get your computer ready to communicate with another computer, you'll use 3 communication tools in a similar manner in which you'd use a long-distance phone company, a telephone, and the Yellow Pages. You'll start with an internet service provider or an ISP. When you become connected to an ISP, this gives your modem someplace to call. Choosing a provider is similar to selecting a long-distance telephone company. These providers charge by the month and give unlimited access to the internet.
No matter which ISP you choose, you can always access other computers served by different ISPs. It's kind of like making a long-distance phone call to a friend who may subscribe to a different long-distance carrier than you do.
There are 2 different kinds of providers. One that connects you directly to the internet for a monthly flat fee, and the other that provides additional services and features but may charge you by the hour to access the internet.
Your ISP should provide you with a local phone number to dial into the internet and a personal email address.
The second communication tool you'll use is software. You'll need certain software installed on your computer so you can navigate the web. The word software means a program that gets installed on your computer which acts as an interpreter, converting a computer code into easily readable text, pictures, and animation that you can see. Installing software on your computer is kind of like putting a brain into the body of your computer.
The software used to navigate the web is called a browser. The browser will allow you to physically look at or browse through sites on the web. The browser is like the telephone. It's the tool that provides direct access to the website that you're interested in. The 2 most popular browser products are the Netscape Navigator and Microsoft Explorer.
The third communication tool is called a search engine. The search engine is like the Yellow Pages. It allows you to search for a company, a website, or information by using a keyword or subject.
Okay, to win a 24-hour shopping spree and relaxing foot massage, name the 3 communication tools that are similar to a long-distance phone company, the telephone, and the Yellow Pages.
The phone company would be the internet service provider or the ISP. The phone would be the browser, and the Yellow Pages would be the search engine.
You got it!
Okay, now, Trish mentioned www.this and www.that. Let's www.explain it.
These addresses are called Uniform Resource Locators, or URLs, and sometimes nicknamed URLs. Each URL has several parts. The HTTP at the beginning is an abbreviation for Hypertext Transfer Protocol, which is just the fancy name for the way that web info is transferred and the way the computer knows where we're trying to go.
After the www, the next part of the URL is the name of the company, organization, or individual who owns the site. The .com at the end of the address tells us that this website is run commercially rather than by a university or government agency. For instance, if the site were run by a university, the address would end with .edu instead of .com.
Now that we've talked about what's involved in the web setup, we're going to visit some sites and learn how to tap into the power. We're going to show you how to get on the web, although your situation may vary slightly depending on the setup of your computer.
This is the Mommy Times website. What you're seeing now is what's called the home page of the website. A site can be one page or many pages. A home page has text to give you information, pictures and animations called graphics to make it appealing to the eye, and may have multimedia such as audio and video.
Essentially, the home page is the entryway or front door to the website.
You may come in through another page on the website, similar to sneaking in the back door or window of your home, but the home page is the front door.
Many sites have links that connect web pages or websites on 2 different computers. You simply click on the link and automatically connect, as with this Moms on the Net link. When exploring a website, the arrow from your mouse will automatically transform into a pointing hand when it contacts a link. Links you've already visited will change color.
Okay, we know that the URL for the Mommy Times is www.mommytimes.com, but you won't always know what the URL is for the information you're trying to find.
Could you use a search engine?
Definitely. And the best way to find a search engine is to click on the search button at the top of your browser. Several popular search engine choices appear. Click on the one you want to use and type in a word or phrase that you'd like to look up. Then click the button to the right of your entry to start the search.
Melanie, come here. You are gonna love this. Let's type in one of my favorite things. How about flowers? Whoa, look at all those flower sites. Can you believe it? Melanie, why don't you pick one?
How about this one? Flower Link?
Then we can go to any of these websites by clicking on one of these links. You can access company news, explore countless topics, and many of these sites even have order forms so you can order products directly. You can use a credit card, which makes shopping on the net very convenient. Although, you know, some people have expressed some concern about doing this.
Credit card numbers are coded when passing through the internet, then protected by a security system called a firewall.
Okay, Melanie, for the grand prize of 5 minutes of uninterrupted bathroom time, what does this address tell us?
It tells us this site is on the World Wide Web. The owner of the site is Flower Link, and it's a commercial site.
All right, you go, girl. And if you ever want to go back to the home page, if you get lost or need to return to something you've seen earlier, click the back button. You can also click the forward button to move through your pages.
With all the great information on the web, you're sure to find websites you'll want to refer back to again and again. You can do this by bookmarking a specific address or site.
Simply go to the top of your computer screen to add bookmarks and click. You'll be able to return to that site instantly anytime. And that's about it for the web. Let's move on to the wonders of email.
Remember that the web and email are two separate arms on the internet. So, we're going to switch from the web to email now.
Email is the most widely used internet feature. Once you use email, you'll want to steer clear of traditional mail or snail mail whenever possible. Email is included with your ISP account, transmits instantly, and there's no limit to the number of letters you may send or receive.
Each person on the internet has his or her own individual email address where messages can be sent or received. Since email and the World Wide Web are two separate entities, entirely unrelated, they require two different addresses. Many people mistakenly believe that their website is their email address. Not so.
Your email address usually contains two parts separated by an @ sign, such as this. For example, the Mommy Times address is netmom@mommytimes.com. The first section contains your abbreviated name, your nickname, or a handle. The second part of the address directs the mail to the proper computer. Since spell check hasn't always been available with email, flawless spelling isn't critical.
Also, net etiquette or netiquette dictates that we do not type in all capital letters because the receiver interprets this as shouting.
Now, let's actually prepare and send an email. To send a new message, simply click on New Message and a blank form appears. You'll notice that your return address is automatically entered for you. Type in the receiver's address, the topic you're writing about, and you're ready to write.
Dear Mom, hope you got my last email. Heard the latest about Aunt Ruby's ex-husband's first wife's stepdaughter's boyfriend? Details in my next email. Kids fine, I'm fine. Love, Trish.
When you're ready to send your email, click on Send. You may also respond to mail that someone else has sent to you by simply clicking Reply. The receiver's email address will automatically be inserted.
You can write one letter and send it to your entire family. You can forward a letter that you've received. For instance, say a friend sends you an email about a great new site. You can share that information with any of your friends that have email.
Another feature of email is its ability to attach or send an entire file from your computer to another. This is done by using the attach command. You can also delete email if you don't need to keep it.
Since email is included with your ISP account, it's a fast, free, fun way to communicate.
And of course, there's internet for the younger set. Kids love the internet, and with the gamut of software available today, it's become an invaluable one-on-one learning tool. Schools are so excited about the benefits of the internet. Many schools are doing everything they can to provide internet access to their students as quickly as possible.
Some parents express concern that the net can be a dangerous place for a child. That's why software has been developed to help monitor children and prevent them from accessing certain types of sites. When tapping into the resources of the internet, a child's potential is immeasurable.
When tapping into the resources of the internet, your potential for growth is immeasurable. So what the heck's the net? Now you know.
Any reason to feel intimidated? I don't think so.
Feeling confident now, Melanie?
You'd be surprised.
So what do you have to say now?
Where's my mouse?
That's the spirit, Melanie. You know, we believe in this technology and know you can succeed. Don't fear the computer mouse in your house.
Take charge and tap into the power.
Oh,
Wow!
Delivery for Trish and Deb.
Oh, who are they from? Where are they from?
Let's take a look. The card says www.roses.com thanks M.
M? Melanie! What can I say? You were great teachers. And you know, since you were kind enough to teach me about the internet, it only seems fair that I should share some little part of that knowledge with my fellow man. What do you know about the internet?
You know, I think a man could probably do it.
Definitely.
Come visit our website and send us an email to let us know how you're doing.
We'd love to hear from you.
Really, it's one of the most vital, important sites on the web. MOMMYTIMES.com.
Has some of the humor gone out of your marriage?
Do you find yourself ready to choke your spouse for things that you used to laugh about together? Differences that seemed little?
Now loom larger than life? Hi, we're Paul and Nicole Johnson.
And To Have and To Hold deals with serious issues. Issues like the differences between men and women's concepts of intimacy.
The way we get stuck using scripts in our marriage.
How to overcome obstacles that keep us from really communicating with each other.
But this video looks at these issues a little differently, in a way that will let you laugh and process them together.
For this reason, we've added discussion questions at the end of each sketch. Feel free to jot them down or just pause the videotape and discuss them, answer them with your spouse. Either way, be open and honest. No pressure, no tests, just effective communication.
And who knows, maybe the next time one of these issues arises in your marriage, you'll find yourselves laughing about it together. Why are we really going on this thing this weekend? It might do our marriage more good if we just stayed home.
It'll be a good chance to get away, honey. Relax. Besides, the theme is intimacy.
Like I said, maybe we should just stay home.
Intimacy doesn't mean sex.
I know that. I know what intimacy is.
Sometimes I wonder.
That I don't know what intimacy means, or that I don't know what it means to you?
Is there a difference?
Oh, you bet there is. I know what your concept of intimacy is.
Oh, you do?
Sure I do. I may not agree with it, but I know what the ultimate intimate evening would look like to you.
Wow, do tell.
It would begin with me waltzing in the door from work and sweeping you off of your feet. You look so beautiful. How was your day?
Just terrible.
What can I do to help? No, don't answer that. I know what to do. I'll put these in water. You just stay and rest. Where are the children?
I tied them up in their bedrooms. They were terrible today.
I'm so proud of you. Let's put some coffee on and talk about it.
But what about the dishes in the kitchen?
Not now. After we talk. Then I'll do the dishes. Then I'm going to take you to your favorite restaurant, Le Pied de Deux. And then we'll go shopping. I could have shopped all night.
It was wonderful.
I'll put the movie on.
I'll get the Kleenex.
That one was really good. I haven't cried like that since last weekend. When they got to the part where the baby looked up into the mother's eyes, I could hardly watch.
I love documentaries.
There's just one more thing that would make tonight complete.
Do you want to have?
No. I just want to hold you for a while.
Give me a break.
What?
Please, honey. Is that what you think my concept of intimacy is?
You know it is.
I know it's not.
Oh, come on. I know you. I know what you like.
I guess you don't know me as well as you think you do. Certainly not as well as I know you. Oh yeah, your perfect evening of intimacy would begin with you walking in the door from work. Perfect timing. I I've just finished all the vacuuming, and I've changed the oil in the car, and I've cleaned out all the gutters, and I've mowed the lawn. Let me take your briefcase. And all those files, honey, what a day. I baked you a fresh plate of homemade cookies, chocolate chip, your favorite. Here's your paper, and here's your remote. My day was wonderful, but I don't want to talk about it. I've talked enough today, and frankly, I'm tired of it.
Hey, you know what time it is? Game time! Hey, oh, it's Walter Jackson. He got traded today. He's in a new uniform tonight. We're number 32. Look at him go. He's pulling 10 men. He could go all the... Pork fry? Hey, I didn't make anything for dinner. I thought we'd just snack till we throw up. We got chips, we got hot wings, we can order a pizza at halftime. He's at the 20, he's at the 10, he's at the 5. Hey, surf the channels, will you? There might be something else on.
I bought a new nightgown today. And I only spent the money that I got for my birthday. Did I ever tell you that I love it when you ignore me? It really puts me in the mood. The kids are at Jill's. The door's locked. The cat's in the garage. The oven's turned off. And the night is young.
Run! Run! Run!
You've got to be kidding.
Come on, you have to admit you would love it.
Maybe parts of it.
I told you.
But that's not my perfect evening. The person you were describing isn't you. What about who I described?
Oh, Mr. Sensitive? Mr. I haven't cried like that since last weekend. No, that's not who I want to be married to, but parts of it were nice.
Which parts?
What parts did you like?
I'll tell you if you tell me.
Deal.
One question. Do you think we're trying to stuff too much into this weekend?
Hi, we're the Randolphs. And we have scripts.
My name's Brian. This is my wife, Catherine. We knew for quite some time that we had scripts. We just didn't want to talk about it. We were scared.
We realized we had scripts one night about a year or so ago when we were fighting. Why do you speak to him like that?
Like what?
Like he can't do anything right.
I didn't speak to him like that.
You don't know how you come across.
Oh, and I guess you're gonna tell me how I come across.
Stop yelling at him and be nicer to him.
Like you are?
I didn't say that.
I don't want to treat him the way that you treat him. I'm his father, you're his mother.
Well, he needs more from you.
When did you become such a parenting expert?
When you became such a rotten parent.
Then it hit me. We'd had this argument before. We both stood there staring at each other with that overwhelming sense of deja vu. And I said, Catherine, we fought this fight before.
And I said, Brian, we fought this fight 100 times before. Now, see, that is the aha moment, you know, for people who have scripts. If you don't have that we've been here before moment, then you either don't have scripts or you still don't know that you have scripts.
We noticed over the next few months that 5 scripts began to surface in our marriage.
Now, 5, that is pretty bad. But it ain't as bad as that one couple. Remember them? They're not here tonight. but they had 18 different scripts. They were pretty bad.
Now, scripts are those little plays that we use in our marriages or relationships when we're talking to each other without really listening or paying attention, or when we're defending our own point of view and don't really know why, like the garbage script.
Yeah, we had the garbage script, and the kid script, and the sex script, and the money script, and the silent script. I mean, we had 5 of them. We just didn't know what to do about them.
I even for a while tried to deny that we even had scripts. I know none of you men can identify with that. I mean, when we'd argue, we'd try not to use our scripts. We'd even argue about something completely different, so we didn't come back to our scripts.
But we always came back to them. I mean, the more we tried not to use them, the more they just flowed right out of our mouths. I mean, we were fighting like cats and dogs every day. There was hardly anything either one of us could say that didn't just trigger one of our scripts. Brian, I need you to take this garbage out.
Okay, hon, in a minute.
You always say, okay, hon, in a minute, and then you never do it. Now get up and go do it.
That's because you never give me enough time.
Yeah, was last week enough time?
You always exaggerate.
Because you never do anything around here.
Because you always gonna do everything yourself.
Because you never do nothing I ask you to.
Because you's always nagging and griping.
Because you never get up from the TV.
Because you always want me to do something.
Because you never spend any time with me.
Then one day, still can't believe it when I think about it, Catherine, she says to me, come here, baby. She says to me, Brian, I can't live like this anymore. We were stuck, and I knew it. I just didn't know what to do about it, so I did nothing.
Brian's right. I felt like I was drowning, and he was just watching me. I mean, I knew we needed help, and I knew we needed a change. I just didn't think he wanted to change anything.
I wanted to change. I just thought she was looking to me to be the one to change things. I didn't know where to start. I was scared to death, too.
Hey, maybe at this point we could share with them all, you know, the biggie.
Why not?
Because I'm not in the mood.
You're never in the mood.
Well, you're never not in the mood. I'm tired and I don't want to.
Fine.
Now you're mad.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
Well, how long's it been?
I don't know.
3 weeks, 5 days, 4 hours, and 13 minutes.
Good grief.
You don't know. What's it say about you?
That I'm not preoccupied.
Preoccupied? You're not even post-occupied. You're so unoccupied, it's not even funny.
Well, I have a lot to do.
Like I don't.
I don't have time.
Once a month, you wash your dog more than that.
Well, I like washing the dog. I was making a joke, all right? I was making a
There's a little bit of truth in every joke we tell.
Yeah, even the jokes you tell about my weight.
No.
You think I'm fat.
Honey, I'm fat too.
Darn right you are. But it doesn't seem to bother you any, and you don't hear me making jokes about it. Now just leave me alone. I'm tired, and I said no.
Usually that led right into the silent script.
And it was never very long from there till we ended up smack dab in the middle of the money script.
We just don't have it.
Yes, we do.
Why is there always something? Why do you always want more?
Oh, more toilet paper, more shoes for the kids. You're right. I'm so extravagant.
Why can't I just say no to you?
You can. You're doing it right now. You're absolutely great at it.
You know you'd spend every last dime we had.
Wrong. I could never pry it out of your clenched fist.
Well, that's our 5 scripts. The kid script, the garbage script, the sex script, the silent script, and the money script. We stand before you tonight and confess our desire that our scripts be torn up and thrown into the trash can.
We want to deal with our stuff right when it comes up. And we don't want the scripts that the TV wrote or the scripts that our parents wrote to keep getting played out in our marriage. And most of all, we want to stop writing scripts ourselves.
People can change, and God's merciful to show us how. Apart from His love and grace, which has found us, we'd stay stuck using our scripts. And over time, our marriage would become so well rehearsed that our souls would die as we continued repeating lines like broken records.
We're hoping and praying for something more than that.
We're hoping, praying for a lot more than that. Started off like most mornings for me. I was rushing around trying to get out the door to work. Sarah was in the kitchen and I asked her, "Honey, have you seen the checkbook?"
Yeah, once, a long time ago.
Honey.
It's where you always keep it, sweetheart. It's in the bedroom, over the dresser, behind the picture, in the wall safe, protected by the force field.
You're so funny.
When you find it, I need a couple of checks today.
When I find it, remind me. What do you need a couple checks for?
Why do you always have to ask me what do you need checks for? Why can't you just say, "Sure, honey"?
Sure, honey. What do you need checks for?
The grocery store.
And?
And?
You said you needed a couple of checks. That generally means 2.
It's a surprise.
Oh, no. Surprise, honey. A waterbed. Just what we always wanted. Surprise, honey. Do you like my new outfit? Surprise, honey. Patio furniture.
You don't like surprises.
No, I love surprises.
No, you don't.
I love surprises that are for me and are under $50. What do you want the other check for?
You're like a bloodhound.
You're catching a scent.
Honey.
I'm getting closer.
Honey, don't. It's something for the house.
But what is it? I could smell it.
It's a
Toaster.
A toaster? We already have one.
It's never stopped you from buying anything before.
It's a picture for the bathroom.
Uh-huh.
Honey.
No.
Sweetheart.
No. Don't give me that look.
What look?
You know what look.
What look?
That look.
The I really want to buy a picture for the bathroom look?
No, the you're a terrible husband because you never let me buy anything look.
I wasn't giving you that look.
We just don't need it.
And what defines need?
Use. Actual use.
Well, then let's take all your tools back.
Oh.
I did not say that.
Yes, she did. Or something like it. It was an attack.
Well, maybe it was true. Either way, it doesn't justify what he did after that.
I just don't think we need a picture for the bathroom, and that's that.
Oh, that's that, huh? No chance to talk about this? No chance to be adults and discuss this?
We have discussed this. I've made the decision.
And what if it wasn't your decision to make? Am I so unimportant around here that I can't make one decision? I guess it would be the wrong one.
Good guess.
I can't stand you when you get like this. I just want a stupid picture. Is every penny of our income yours to designate?
Listen, just stop it. I've made a decision. You don't have to pout or pitch a fit. Maybe you can get the picture another time.
Thank you, Your Majesty.
You're welcome. Please have my castle cleaned and my supper ready when I get home. Have a nice day. Does she just get to tell things her way? I tried to be understanding.
Huh.
I tried to be sympathetic.
Oh!
I even tried to be helpful. I did. What about the crushed velvet painting of Elvis?
I think not.
I have so many pictures in the attic from my apartment. You know, you haven't put out any of that stuff in the 10 years we've been married.
Oh, really?
What about the picture that was over my couch?
It was not a couch. It might have been a couch at one time, but it was definitely not a couch. And the picture was a poster of the Cincinnati Big Red Machine super glued to cardboard. It's not going in the bathroom.
You're so unreasonable.
And you have no taste. Just give me the grocery check.
What?
Just give me the one check. It'll be fine. Thank you.
Am I missing something here?
Just that the grocery will let me write a check over the amount of purchase. It was not that calculated. He doesn't know. He wasn't even there.
So you still went behind my back to get the picture.
So you went over my head. I said no, and that's that.
Do you think we're missing the real issue here?
Maybe this isn't about the picture or the money at all.
What do you want from me? Besides the picture.
I want you to want me to have the picture.
Why?
Because it would make me feel loved and valued. What do you want from me?
To feel loved and valued. But that comes when you respect the way that I feel about spending money.
So we both want the same thing. To feel loved and valued. Intimacy. We're just controlling each other to get it.
I guess so.
You went overhanded and demanded my respect, thinking you would feel loved. But you made me so angry.
You went underhanded to get the picture by any means. Love and control, they don't go too well together.
I need to know that you love me. More than you love money.
I do love you. But I worry about money. I need to know that you love me more than the things you want to buy.
I love you. I love you.
You can keep the picture.
I don't want the picture now.
After all that?
It wasn't about the picture.
I know. It was about intimacy. So what if the bathroom really needs a new picture?
I've had improved vision. I used to have chronic sinus headaches. Now they are totally gone, which is incredible.
I'm 35. I figured, the pains in my legs were just part of the process of getting older. Those are gone from varicose veins. Hair loss has improved. I've had problems with my menstrual cycle. That's improved. My energy is just skyrocketed.
I had chronic back pain that I would get for 2 to 3 days a week, religiously every week. 6 weeks later, it was gone.
I just even feel more youthful, and I just can't say enough about it. And my whole desire now is to just share it with everyone.
What I am so excited about is finally finding a company that's dedicated on finding the root causes, not putting Band-Aids, no drugs. This body can't handle them.
Hi, my name is Gord Alcock, and what you're going to learn in the next few minutes will unlock the secret to the vibrant health that you deserve. And here's why. Because the philosophy of cleansing and rebuilding your body is an absolute daily necessity. You're about to start the most exciting program that you could possibly offer your body. And the fact that you've taken time out to watch this video demonstrates that you really care about your health. I have the distinct pleasure of introducing you to Dr. Ross Anderson. Dr. Anderson is a naturopath doctor and has been practicing for 20 years and has personally attended to over 25,000 patients and administered over 250,000 treatments. Here's Dr. Anderson.
It's so important now more than ever before to take responsibility for your own health. I wish to explain to you one of our most serious health challenges that faces our society today. With the advancement of technology has come a huge toxic burden on our bodies. Never before in history have we had such a toxic overload on our systems. There are toxins coming from the air we breathe, the water we drink, and even the foods that we eat. Toxins also arise from our poor eating habits, resulting in an inability of the body to properly eliminate waste materials, and they end up staying in our bodies. We then start to self-poison our bodies, and this is called auto-intoxication. Auto-intoxication is a rapidly growing problem in our society today, and everyone is a potential sufferer. So after practicing for more than 20 years and using more than 4,000 different products in my clinic, I feel I've finally found the answer to this major concern in our lives. The 2 products that I have found will effectively cleanse the body and then nourish it so the body can rebuild itself. In essence, the body can clean out the toxins and regenerate itself, allowing itself to be rebuilt. I've witnessed so many positive results from my patients, my family, and my friends that I'm now recommending these products to a large percentage of my practice. And I feel it's my responsibility, I feel compelled to share this information with other people. I want you to pay very close attention to the next few minutes of this video because the information you're going to receive is very important. To begin with, I want to explain to you how your body works, how the problem of auto-intoxication begins, how it affects the body, and how to help solve this problem. Let's begin by giving you a quick anatomy lesson. So let's take a look at the human digestive system. This is the digestive system, starting here at the mouth, food then proceeding down the esophagus into the stomach, where it's propelled then into the small intestine, which is about 25 feet long. Muscles in the wall of the small intestine move the food along through what's called peristaltic action. Food is then propelled into the large intestine, which is about 5 to 6 feet long, with even stronger muscles in the walls of the large intestine, moving the food through and then expelling it from the body. So digestion starts in the mouth with the process of chewing. Chewing is incredibly important. The first step in any journey is the most important, and without proper chewing, the rest of the digestive process cannot occur normally. Food has to be tasted. The tongue has what are called taste buds, which are little nerve centers, which taste different sensations for different parts of the tongue. Sour, bitter, salty, sweet. The tongue tells the nervous system what food is coming down into the digestive system so that the enzymes can be produced to properly digest different kinds of food. George Osawa, the developer of macrobiotics, says you should chew your food 50 times per mouthful. 50 times. And I guarantee you, if you start doing this, you will notice some amazing changes in the way your digestion works. Humans need to chew your food. That's why we have molars in the back of our teeth, to chew the food properly. We're now in what's called the fast food generation. We grab food, we eat it on the run, we eat at work. Many of my patients, I think they have an extra pair of teeth in their stomach. That's hard to believe, but I really think they think that. The stomach has to work so much harder when you don't chew your food, because the stomach's job is to turn the food into a thick liquid so that it can be processed properly by the small intestine. This thick liquid is called chyme. It passes into the small intestine where it's then propelled along. And in the small intestine, more enzymes are put in from the liver, from the gallbladder, from the pancreas to help break the food down into a much thinner consistency so that the nutrients can be absorbed by your body. Now we're going to look at a close-up of the small intestine. The small intestine is 25 feet long and the width of your thumb. The small intestine contains villi, which are small finger-like projections that come out from the walls of the small intestine to increase the area for the absorption of nutrients. The problem arises when you get a caked film that covers over the villi and prevents them from absorbing the nutrients properly. This caked film mixes with excess mucus on the villi, which will result from irritation caused by toxins. It's almost like mud. It's as if you dipped your hands in mud and then tried to eat a meal. Junk food, like fried food, white flour, sweets, greasy foods, caffeine drinks, even alcohol, will create this, along with improper eating habits. You can be eating the best organic foods or the best supplements, but if you're not absorbing them, what good are they going to do? Clean out this rotting sludge out of the intestine so that you can properly absorb the nutrients. I want you to just imagine for a moment if you didn't brush your teeth for a full week. What would your teeth look like? What if you didn't brush your teeth for 2 or even 5 years? Sometimes people have a buildup in their body, in their intestines, for more than 20 or 30 years. The digestive system is 30 feet in length. 25 feet of that is small intestine, and the last 5 to 6 feet is your colon, your large intestine or bowel. This is where the waste materials called toxic fecal matter collect and accumulate over time, causing health challenges. This is where you can receive a serious decrease in your health potential. What is fecal matter? Fecal matter is the waste material left after your food is digested. Toxic fecal matter comes from eating junk food and from the poor eating habits that we talked about. Your colon is supposed to eliminate toxic fecal matter completely from the body, this toxic fecal matter that arises from poor eating habits and eating junk food. The waste materials left over after we eat our food are supposed to totally leave the body. Toxic fecal matter is the perfect breeding ground for bad, abnormal bacteria. You see, the human fecal matter has over 100 billion bacteria per gram of fecal matter. But there are good and bad bacteria in the bowel. And if the toxic fecal matter sits for too long, bad bacteria start to live, and this creates more toxins that are then reabsorbed into the body, and this causes autointoxication. Let me explain slow digestion. Slow digestion is when we have not enough bulk and we have poor eating habits. The human digestive system is supposed to move very quickly. The time it takes food to go in your mouth and then go all the way through your digestive system should be about 18 to 20 hours. I have lots of patients who come in and they say, I'm very regular, I have a bowel movement once or twice a day. But they're eliminating meals that they ate 3, 4, 5 days ago. So this is a different form of constipation. And then there's true constipation, where I get patients who come in and they have a bowel movement once a week or once every 3 or 4 days. Imagine what's happening to that food as it sits in the bowel for so long. And then patients say, well, where does it all go? Well, the bowel usually is about this big around, and it can expand to 5 times its normal size. Have you ever seen somebody with these great big stomachs on them and wondered what's going on with this big stomach and the skinny legs and what's happening in there? all this fecal matter starts to ferment and putrefy and, in essence, rot. Can you imagine if you took a hamburger and put it on your kitchen counter for, let's say, a week, what it would smell like after a week? What about after 6 months or after 5 years? The hamburger starts to ferment and putrefy and rot. The quality of the foods that we are eating has decreased significantly over the last 50 years. Human digestion used to move a lot quicker because of the much higher bulk content in the food. We didn't have the kind of junk food that we have today. One of the world's most eminent authorities on health and the bowel, Dr. Bernard Jensen, says that the human digestive system can only hold 3 to 4 meals at one time. On this slide, if you see here, it shows the different meals as they go through the digestive tract and how the human digestive system should look with 3 to 4 meals. But what happens in slow digestion is that the digestion backs up, and we can have as many as 8 to 10 meals in somebody who thinks that they are functioning normally. The concept is simple: 1 meal in and 1 meal out. In normal human functioning, when you eat a meal, you should have the urge to get rid of a meal, to have a bowel movement. But that very rarely happens. I had a patient the other day come in to me. This is a woman with 3 years of daily headaches, acne all over her back. And the first question I asked her was, how often do you have a bowel movement? She said, once a week. I said, do you think that's normal? And of course her reply was, yes, I've always been like that. So her constipation is the primary reason she has headaches and skin problems. Imagine the sewage pipes in your house. If the sewage just sat there, imagine the grunge that would build up in those sewage pipes. That's what happens in your large intestine if your digestion is not moving fast enough. And if you're wondering where 15 to 20 meals would go, I'll explain again. The bowel expands to 5 times its normal size. The muscles in the bowel that normally push the food out will stretch, and then they become lax and cannot function normally. Bowel movements then occur by pressure that builds up after meal going into the bowel. That pressure eventually gets so great that it pushes out one large bowel movement. And I have patients like this. They have a huge bowel movement every 4, 5, 6 days, and they think that that's normal. But that movement may be a meal that you ate 2 days ago or 7 days ago or even longer. The fact is that 8 out of 10 people in North America are constipated to at least some degree. This fecal matter in the bowel starts to ferment and putrefy in the colon and becomes very toxic. And because it's sitting in the body, your body begins to reabsorb the toxins back into the bloodstream. This is called autointoxication, which means the body repoisoning itself with its own waste material. The Royal Society of Medicine in Great Britain had 57 of their top surgeons and physicians study the various health challenges that occur in the body, and felt that a large percentage of health challenges were a buildup of toxins. They also felt, after further research, that these toxins were coming primarily from the large bowel in the body, and that there were up to 36 poisons being released into the body from toxic fecal matter that's been sitting there for a long time, fermenting and putrefying. Symptoms of some of these poisons are poisons like tryptamine, which leads to high blood pressure, histamine, which leads to headaches, racing of the heart, depression, and sometimes nausea, phenol, which leads to circulation problems, muscle irritations, damage to the liver and the kidneys, hydrogen sulfide, which leads to congestion in the body and an increased absorption of toxins back into the body. Some of the symptoms that can occur with these problems are simple, if you think about it. Bad breath. Bad breath occurs when you're actually breathing out the toxins from the blood. A coated tongue occurs usually. If you look at your tongue in the mirror, you might see a coated tongue as a symptom of toxic bowel. Sore joints and stiffness, nervousness, fatigue, skin problems like rashes. The list goes on because this affects the whole body. These toxins go to every cell in your body. You see why it's so important to clean out this toxic residue and allow the body to rebuild itself. Can you imagine if your toilet was backed up and you flushed it, what would happen? Of course, it spills over and all the waste goes into your bathroom and into your house. It's so important to focus on the problem, not on the symptom. When you clean out the problem, the symptoms will take care of themselves. A quick, simple philosophy that has been around since the late 1800s is cleansing the body will allow you to be healthy. So I've taken up a new hobby recently. I'm looking in antique shops for books about these very topics. Here's a book written in 1929 by a medical doctor about auto-intoxication and how important it is to keep the bowel functioning normally and how the bowel can affect the whole body. Here's another book written in 1901 by a medical doctor called Intestinal Ills about this topic again and how important it is to cleanse and rebuild the body. But things aren't the same as they were back then. We are now living in the fast food generation. This has gotten us off the path of staying healthy. You see, the human body eliminates toxins and poisons in 4 different ways. The first way is through the lungs. We breathe out gas wastes through the lungs. The skin is another way. Sweat and oil is a way that the body eliminates toxins. Liquid waste goes out through the urine created by the kidneys. And the 4th way is the large intestine, called the bowel or the colon. And the colon is like the drainage pipe of the body. Imagine your kitchen sink plugged up for a moment. What would happen if the faucets were turned on full blast and your drainage pipe was clogged? What would eventually happen? The water would eventually spill over out onto the floor and into your house. That's exactly what happens when your colon is plugged and not functioning properly. When your colon gets backed up, the toxins start to spill over. And then the other 3 elimination systems have to take on that toxic load. It's a tremendous amount of stress and overload on those other 3 systems if the bowels aren't working properly, because these toxins are released into the bloodstream. This then can affect every cell in the body. The lungs, of course, if they're overloaded with toxins, will cause respiratory problems, breathing problems. The skin, you get irritations, rashes, breaking out on the skin. The kidneys, if the kidneys are irritated, you can get backaches and other problems with the urinary system. And the liver gets severely stressed because the toxins, as they're absorbed from the bowel, immediately go to the liver. If the liver cannot hold all of the toxins, they spill over into the bloodstream. When your body starts to self-poison itself, this is called auto-intoxication, as we talked about before. Auto-intoxication or bowel toxemia, sometimes known as leaky gut syndrome, which means the toxins are leaking into your body. Dr. William Hunter said that the colon is the sewer system of the body, but with neglect and abuse, it becomes a cesspool of toxins that spill over into the body. Imagine if all the garbage trucks in your community went on strike. They took the next 6 months off. What would your yard look like? What would it smell like after 6 months? What if they took the next 5 to 10 years off? What would happen with all that accumulated waste material? Collecting. Imagine if your drainage pipe does that same sort of thing. What most people do they clean out their drains regularly? No, they wait until their sink backs up and overflows, then they clean it out. Dr. Bernard Jensen says that the average healthy person has between 7 and 25 pounds of fecal matter in their colon at any one time. And Dr. Norman Walker, who, by the way, died at the age of 109, one of the foremost pioneers of work on keeping the bowel clean, he said that out of 100,000 autopsies that he had worked on, there were less than 10% normal colons. By now, everyone is aware of reflexology and how there can be reflex points on the feet or the ears for every part of the body. Well, Dr. Norman Walker, in his theories, felt that a toxic buildup of fecal matter in the bowel could relate by reflex points to any part of the body. For instance, hay fever here, asthma here, liver here, heart, pancreas here, reproductive system here, eyes here. So every part of the body, according to Dr. Walker, could be affected by a toxic fecal buildup in the bowel. So here is a picture of a badly distorted colon with ballooning of the colon here, stretching many times its normal size, impacted fecal matter lining the inner wall of the bowel, and a stricture here where there's a spasm, a tightening of a narrowing of the bowel, and another ballooned area that has to work extremely hard to push the fecal matter through another very tight stricture. People with this type of problem have very, very small bowel movements. This area has to work extremely hard to push the stool out of the body. This is one of the main reasons for hemorrhoids, is straining at the stool. This is one of the primary reasons why people have worms and parasites. This is the perfect home for worms and parasites. And when you remove the problem, when you get that bowel cleaned out, the worms and parasites, they will move out as well. This type of a person frequently alternates between constipation and diarrhea and will have very small stools. They're very, very constipated. And this is when people, when they have this situation, this is when they will turn to laxatives. A laxative is an irritant. It irritates the bowel and it makes the bowel expel whatever is easy to expel, but it will not expel the toxic impacted fecal matter that is built up on the inner linings of the bowel. Did you know that there are more than 44 million people in North America on laxatives? This is a drawing of the abnormal colon of a 36-year-old woman. This is a drawing of the X-ray showing the different areas of ballooning and strictures related to Dr. Walker's reflex patterns. Here we have sinus problems. Here we have visual problems, indigestion, enlargement of the liver, low blood pressure, adrenal problems, kidney problems, bladder trouble, and problems with the rectum and hemorrhoids. Do you happen to know anyone like this? Somebody who drinks coffee, drinks alcohol, eats chocolate bars, and smokes? This is the type of lifestyle that will create toxins and poisons building up in the body. And if the digestion is not working properly, that's what happens. The symptoms that you will get from having a toxic bowel are bad breath, because you're breathing out the toxins and poisons with your breath. Skin problems, as the toxins come out through your skin, you can get all kinds of rashes, different problems. Colds, frequent colds, decrease in the immune system, sore joints, sore muscles, achiness, fatigue. People with toxic bowel always have low energy. Foul-smelling bowel movements, premenstrual problems. What happens when you get a pain? What's the first thing most people do when they get a pain or a headache? They take a painkiller. Imagine you're driving in your car. You're driving down the road and the oil light comes on the dashboard. What do? Do you clip the wire to the oil light and keep driving down the road? No. You stop and you get the car checked, if you're smart, as soon as you possibly can to find out what's causing the problem. So when you get rid of the problem, the toxic bowel buildup, you can get rid of the symptoms. Now we're going to look at what really happens in our colons because of our lifestyles. This is what a normal colon looks like with a very, very nice, even shape. Here is a colon where it has ballooned in the latter part of the bowel with pockets of poisons and toxins building up on the walls of the bowel. Here is colitis, where there's actual severe inflammation causing severe pain with probably alternating diarrhea and constipation, with ballooning of the colon and strictures with pockets of poisons called diverticuli. Here's another diverticuli here, a number of them. This is a very common condition, and these people know that they have inflammation because they always have pain. Here is a spasm, constant spasm, where the bowel has to work extremely hard to push the fecal matter through. These people have very small bowel movements and have a lot of straining at stool. And these are strictures where the bowel has actually shrunk in size. And this comes from stress and a very fast lifestyle. And here is what's called a prolapsus. This is when the bowel gets full of toxic fecal matter and starts to hang down. And it hangs down like a clothesline suspended at the two corners, putting pressure here on the organs down, further down in the pelvis. In the female, the uterus and bladder and ovaries, and in the male, the prostate and the bladder. This is what the female organs look like in the healthy state, the ovaries and the uterus, with a nice bowel sitting right in its normal position. This is what it looks like when that part of the bowel has that clothesline effect, causing pressure and distortion in the female organs. This can lead to all kinds of problems, like premenstrual problems, midlife crisis, and other problems, congestions of the reproductive system. This is because of a toxic buildup of waste material weighing down this part of the bowel. And so many problems with women's reproductive systems are unnecessary if the bowel is kept functioning normally. And for the men who think that this is only a problem for the women, guess again. Look at where the large bowel sits in relation to the bladder and the prostate gland. And if this is full of toxic fecal matter, that will actually push down and weigh down on the prostate and the bladder. And Dr. Stephen Chang of California feels that the toxins actually pass from the rectum directly through into the prostate. And if you're wondering why prostate problems are so prevalent in men over the age of 40, this is one of the primary reasons. So before I show you some x-rays, I want you to remember what a normal colon looks like. Do you remember the shape of the normal colon with its nice even shape all the way up and down and through and out through the rectum? Well, here are some x-rays of some abnormal colons. Here's a severely ballooned colon that will be pushing on the kidney. Here's another one that will be causing severe stress on the reproductive system. Here's another ballooning of the colon with a stricture here. This ballooning will be pushing on the spleen. There's another one here with a severe ballooning and pressure on the reproductive system. Here's another one here showing a large area of stress and strain through here with ballooning over on this side, pushing on the liver. This x-ray shows a severe buildup and ballooning of pressure in the lower bowel. This is somebody with a very large abdomen. They have skinny legs and a large tummy. And this is not necessarily fat. When you see somebody with a large stomach, it doesn't mean that they're fat. They can have a large amount of fecal matter built up in that lower bowel. Studies have shown that when you quit smoking, it can take up to 7 years to clean all the debris out of your body and allow the body to rebuild after all that pollution. And it's the same with the bowel. Look what happens. Look what comes out of people. Look at these monstrosities that have come out of people. These are fecal impactions. These are things that have been sitting in people for years and years and finally come out when the bowel is cleansed. They actually take the shape of the bowel. That's why they look like this. They take the shape of the bowel because they've been in there for so long. You are supposed to have 2 to 3 bowel movements a day if you're eating the 3 to 4 meals that most people eat. They should be effortless, odorless, and well-formed, and leave you with a feeling of satisfaction and cleanliness when you're finished. And do you remember this picture of this badly distorted colon with all of this distortion in here? Well, this type of a problem can actually lead to colitis, which is a severe inflammation of the colon. And that, if it's not properly looked after, can lead to a colostomy. A colostomy is a removal of part or all of the large bowel. It's important to take time for your health before you run into a serious or irreversible health challenge. Too many people these days are leaving responsibility for their health up to somebody else. We have to change that and start being responsible for our own health. We have to make health a daily habit. Everything we do, the food we eat, the way we live, has to be looked at every day to keep us healthy. We spend more time cleaning out our cars, cleaning out our houses, cleaning the outside of our bodies than we do cleaning the inside of our bodies. Many people today feel that it is the lotions and creams that help you stay and look young. People always are in a constant battle against aging. So I want to share with you a simple fact. You do not grow old from the outside in. You grow old and decay from the inside out. It is important to understand that we do not make any medical claims about these products. These products do not heal or cure anything. Your body heals itself. When you cut your hand, your body heals itself. Your body knows exactly what to do, but that process cannot happen the way it's supposed to if your body is toxic inside. If you were to burn down your house, what would you do before you rebuilt it? You'd clean up the debris. You'd clean away all the old debris. You would never build a house on top of the debris. And cleansing and rebuilding takes time. I know that as you are consistent on these products, you will see excellent results, naturally and gradually. Remember, cleansing and rebuilding is an ongoing process. Once your body is cleansed, it is important to use the products on a maintenance level. And in my opinion, these products are the most logical answer to vibrant health. Many people ask me, how long should I stay on these products? My answer is, if you're eating really good, healthy food, why would you want to stop? I know both myself and my family will be on these products forever. I'm thankful that we had this chance to share this message with you.
I have energy that just doesn't quit. My skin is 100% better. I've lost a ton of weight, and I just feel a vibrant, natural body energy that I don't ever remember having before.
I have no more headaches. I have no more fibromyalgia flare-ups. I have very, very little pain. My swelling in my legs and ankles have completely gone away. The hurting my wrist has subsided. I couldn't even open doors without just grimacing with pain. My headaches no longer, they don't bother me at all. And I also had back spasms, and they've all gone away. I have really, my life has just been turned around.
But I've lost 31 pounds so far. Great product.
Now, the products that Dr. Ross Anderson recommends in his clinic contain a very specific blend of ingredients created by a master herbalist whose herbology lineage dates back thousands of years. For proper digestive cleansing, Dr. Anderson recommends a product that contains psyllium seed husk, rhubarb root, fennel seed, corn silk, King Solomon seed, and kelp. Those are the ingredients that should appear on the label. It is also important to make sure that there has been a clinical study done on the particular digestive cleansing product that you're using to ensure safety and results. The product that Dr. Anderson recommends for properly rebuilding the body is a product that contains a specific blend of 190 vitamins, minerals, and important accessory nutrients. It's essential that the product you choose contain a proper blend of vitamins and minerals, as well as amino acids from an enzymatic soy protein complex, whole food green complex blend, essential fatty acids with lipotropic factors, advanced botanical antioxidants with phenalgin, enzyme active fruit and vegetable whole juice concentrate, and minerals that are derived from Iceland plant moss. These ingredients are essential to build the body properly. It is also important that you find this product in a liquid form and that it is a 100% plant-sourced vegetarian formula to ensure maximum absorption in the body for the best possible results. It should say this right on the bottle. Thank you again for watching this important video. We hope that you have found the information we shared with you to be informative. For more information, please contact the person who gave you this tape.
What did you say, Winch? I said I don't believe today's youngsters understand what a ventriloquist is. Well, why not, Winch? Well, Jerry, because on television, everything talks. Puppets, breakfast cereals, even toilet seats. Hey, are you calling me a toilet? No, of course not. I guess what I'm trying to say is I hope this video will rekindle an interest in ventriloquism. Well, won't that make a lot of competition? But Jerry, just because you learn vent doesn't mean you want to go into show business. It doesn't? No. Look, in order to do ventriloquism, you don't really even need a, watch it, a little partner like you. Oh, then this is not a show? No, this is a teaching video. Oh, good. Then I don't have to entertain. No, you don't. As a matter of fact, you can even be serious if you want. I can? Yes, you can. Good. Then I got to ask you a question. All right, go ahead. Well, I noticed you got a lot older. Oh, swell. How come I didn't? Well, I guess that's the way it goes with ventriloquists in there. Watch it. I almost did it again. Yes, you did. I got another question. Oh, all right, what's the question? Well, I noticed your hair got all gray. Yeah, how come mine didn't? Well, I guess when you wear a wig in the first place, it doesn't, you know, you're very cruel. I am? Yes, you are. Used to be so nice all the time. Used to be so sweet and so polite. Oh, you're just saying that. No, I'm not. Well, somebody just said it. Jerry, why can't you be good? Well, I could be good for $1. Oh, sure. Why don't you be like me and be good for nothing? Look, you. Hold it. What? And that, ladies and gents, is ventriloquism. And now, the members of the Dummies Union proudly present my favorite relative, the one and only Mr. Paul Winchell, in ventriloquism for fun and profit.
Everything is all ready, Mr. President, sir. Okay, boys and girls out there, are you ready for Winchell Mahoney time? Okay, then, let's sing our club song.
It's Winchell Mahoney time, and Winchell Mahoney time is time for fun. Hooray! Hurrah! Hooray, everyone!
And now, ladies and germs, the star of this here video, my darling, adorable uncle, that great ventriloquist, Mr. Paul Winchell. Boy, what an introduction. I can hardly wait to meet me. But I'm glad they did it that way, because now you know that I'm the ventriloquist. I wouldn't want you to think that I was the, hey, Jerry said watch it. Another country heard from. But I'm really pleased to do this video because I believe that ventriloquism has a lot more to offer than just a form of entertainment. Thinking for two, talking for two or three or even more speeds up your reflexes and develops super coordination. I can work with either hand now. Ventriloquism has made me ambidextrous. I give my right arm to the ambidextrous. Well, there are other residual benefits to ventriloquism as well, psychological ones too, especially for youngsters who are shy and withdrawn, as I was when I was growing up. You see, introverted children usually have lots of things they want to say, but they're so worried about the consequences that they hold it inside and get all bottled up. Believe me, having a little partner that I could control gave me the opportunity to say many of those things and took off quite a bit of pressure. Honestly, I was so painfully shy when I was a youngster, I couldn't even talk to girls without stuttering and stammering. But when I learned ventriloquism, I used Jerry to make the dates for me, and I got a lot more action than he did. Will you please get down? It's going to be one of those days. And lastly, ventriloquism can correct certain speech defects. That's because when you study ventriloquism, it's the first time that you watch very carefully how you create speech. Then it becomes obvious immediately why you stammer or stutter and why you lisp. Here, sir, you mustn't insult the child union leader. Well, some of you know that I've been involved with ventriloquism ever since I was 13 years of age. Now, what happened at 13, you might ask? Go ahead, tell him, darling. Yes, I will. Well, just don't sit there, darling. Why don't you... Going down. Well, when I was 13 years of age, I began to hear some very, very talented performers on the radio. Their names were Edgar Bergen, Charlie McCarthy, Mortimer Snerd, and Effie Clinker. Now, I didn't really know what was going on, but I heard people say that all of these voices were made by one man. Well, that's when it began to fascinate me, but I still didn't really understand what ventriloquism was until I saw Edgar Bergen in his first motion picture, The Goldwyn Follies. Well, I tell you, sitting in that darkened theater, watching Edgar bring these little wooden characters to life and give them personalities, I made up my mind right then that I wanted to try ventriloquism. And at that particular time, 4 very fortunate coincidences occurred in my life. Number one, I saw that little ad in a magazine where it said, send away 10 cents, learn to throw your voice into a trunk, where the fellow was carrying, I'm sure you've seen that ad. Well, I sent away for it. They sent me a little ventro whistle. I tried to use it, but all I could do was make some whistling sounds. Nonetheless, it came with a little booklet, and studying that booklet really began to get me interested. Well, I practiced ventriloquism, and soon I realized that I needed a dummy. Well, that was the second fortunate coincidence. I was going to art school at the time, studying to be a commercial artist. So I asked my teacher whether I could make a ventriloquist figure in class as a school project. He was a very wonderful man named Gerald Magon. As a matter of fact, I even named Jerry after him. Not only did he allow me to do it, but he also helped me with it. And then I had that. I suddenly knew I needed a routine, some kind of an act. That was the third fortunate coincidence. There was a magazine at the time, a very, very popular one called 10,000 Jokes. I bought the magazine and I culled several jokes from various categories and put a little act together. Well, I had it all. And I used to show the children in my class what I was doing, and suddenly the principal got wind of it and he wanted to see me. He wanted me to demonstrate what I had learned. And after I did, he asked me if I'd like to appear on a very popular radio show of that day, run by a very personal friend of his named Major Bose. Well, I certainly said yes. I was very, very excited about it. He sent me up for an audition. I passed the audition, and then I had it all. I had ventriloquism, I had the figure, I had my little act, and now I had my showcase. And within 3 months from the day that I actually saw Bergen in the motion picture, I appeared on a radio show more than half a century ago. And radio at that time was just like TV is today. There was no television. It was a full network national radio show. I did my very, very first performance on the Major Bose original amateur hour.
Well, all right now, Paul. Let's have your impression of the one and only Edgar Bergen and his irresistible, impish, prankish, glorified clothespin in a high hat.
Tell me, Terry, how much is 5 and 5?
5 and 5. Let's see. 5 and 5. Howard the North, 6,800. You couldn't make it 101, could you?
No, 5 and 5. 5 and 5.
5 and 5. Let's see.
You don't know, do you?
Huh?
I say you don't know.
Yes.
Well, do you know?
I was trying to tell you now.
Do you?
Well, do you? No.
Well, then I'll tell you. 5 and 5 is 10.
10.
Yes.
Is it so?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, well, 10 what?
What do you mean, 10 what? 10 apples, 10 pears, 10 grapes, 10 oranges, 10 anything. Now, how much is 5 and 5?
2 fruit salad.
That was over 50 years ago, and in my mind, it still seems like yesterday. And I've never, ever stopped being fascinated by ventriloquism. I think ventriloquism is an intriguing study of vocal sounds. Let me give you a little piece of ventriloquial trivia. You know, you can pronounce the letter S without any voice behind it. S, but you can't say Z without voice. Z, you have to add voice. For example, P, but not B, B. You have to add voice. T, but not D, D. And F, but not V, V. Not a piece of earth-shattering information, but very curious and very, very interesting. All right, now, before we begin, I want to ask the $64,000 question. Who can become a ventriloquist? Well, many ventriloquists that I've spoken to have implied that in order to do ventriloquism, you have to have some kind of an unusual construction of your larynx, a gift from God, one of those kind. You know what I say about that? Bunk. I say that almost anybody can become a ventriloquist if you are absolutely dedicated to it and you won't give up. Okay, now we're going to begin. Now, I know there may be some vents watching this, but for the purposes of this video, I'm going to take the position that you're all novices out there, that you're all beginners. So we're going to start the study of ventriloquism right from the top. Lesson 1, lip control. Well, that doesn't apply to us wooden people. If we ever stop moving our lips, you ventriloquists would starve. Okay, lesson 1, lip control. Now, how do we practice lip control? Well, we use a mirror. I want you to take a mirror, and I want you to watch your lips very, very carefully as you do this lesson. I'm going to recite the alphabet, and as I do, I'm going to try not to move my lips, and we're going to make some interesting discoveries. Here we go. A, B, There's the first problem. B. B is made with the lower and the upper lip touching. C, D, E, F, there's the second one, F. Now the lower lip is touching the upper teeth, F, F. G, H, I, J, K, L, M, There's the third, M. Once again, the lips are touching. N, O, P. Another one, the fourth one, with the lips touching. Q, R, S, T, U, V. V. That's the fifth one. The lower lip touches the upper teeth. V. W, the sound is where, which, one. X, the sound for Y is yes, yes, and for Z, Z. Okay. Well, now what have we learned so far? We've learned that out of 26 letters, we can say 21 of them right away without any difficulty. So, being optimistic, that means we have only 5 letters that we have to be concerned about. But the trouble is, those 5 letters come up in almost every sentence. Now, how do we get around those difficult sounds? Lesson 2, substitute sounds. Substitute sounds? Well, if that's what makes them sing. Me, I like the real thing. Okay, lesson 2, substitute sounds. Now, just exactly what do I mean by substitute sounds? Well, I'll tell you what I don't mean. I don't mean using an N instead of an M. I don't mean using a D instead of a B. I mean making a completely new sound in a totally different way than you've ever articulated it before. But before we get into the difficult, really difficult letters like the M, B, and the P made with the lips, let's first tackle the F and the V, which is actually created by the lower lip and the upper teeth, because those are not too difficult. For the F, let's take a phrase, very funny, very funny. That gives us a V, and that gives us an F. Okay, for the V, let's take the letters TH as used in the word this. Now notice, v, it uses some voice, v. So we say very, 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 very. Now for funny, let's take the TH as in the word think. No voice. Funny, funny, very funny, very funny, very funny. However, when you then bring your tongue behind your teeth, you get very funny, very funny, very funny. Now that's close enough. But let's now tackle the real difficult stuff. And I'm talking about the M, the P, and the B. So I'm going to recite the phrase, Mother and Peter are backstage. That gives us the M, the P, and the B. I want you to try to watch where I place my tongue. I actually put the tip of my tongue right behind my teeth at the gum line. Now notice this. When you put the tip of your tongue right at the gum line, the underside of the tip is pressing against the back of the teeth. That shuts out the air and allows you to pronounce these sounds. Now, watch as I say, Mother and Peter are backstage. Mother and Peter are backstage. Mother and Peter are backstage. Mother and Peter. Wait a minute. Let me pull my lower lip out of the way so you can get a better look. Mother and Peter are backstage. 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 There. Now, we tried to really get a close-up shot to show you exactly where I placed my tongue. But remember, I use the top of the teeth right along the gum line. You'll find your own place. How about Peter Peter tickta, oh wait. Tita, tita, tickta, tacka, tickle, tatless. Attacka, tickle, tatless. Tita, tita, ticked. It's tita, tita, tickta, tacka, tickle, tatless. How many texa, tickle, tatless did Tita, tita, tick? Now, if you are all completely honest, you will probably admit that you didn't hear any of the sounds clearly at all. You heard something completely different, and let me explain why. Our eyes are so conditioned to watching sounds made in a certain manner that if we see that sound made in a different way, our eye prevents our ear from truly hearing the sound. The reason I've done this lesson this way is that the next time through substitute sounds, try a little experiment. As I begin, Mother and Peter are backstage, and Peter Piper, close your eyes and don't watch, and you'll see that there's a surprising result. When you're not watching, you will hear a sound that is as close to the actual letter as you can come, as you need to come. Because when you are performing before an audience, you have your little partner with you. Well, the audience is not sitting there just riveted to your lips. They're watching your little partner, I hope. Anyway, I have decided to show little film clips that will depict each lesson. Now, these lessons are lip control and substitute sounds. So I've selected a film clip from one of my network series in the 50s, and I want you to watch for two things. First, watch for lip control, and secondly, now that you understand how these substitutes are made, see how many of them you can catch. Let's watch.
Now that Farmer Brown is cleaned up, he sure does glisten. I want to tell you, bud, I just can't wait to listen. The cows give milk that's whiter, and the pigs just hate to see the mud. So folks, just try, cheer, and you'll agree with this happy family that these new and different suds will give you the whitest duds. Go down and get you some. You're really talking chum. New Blue Cheer.
Lesson 3, manipulation. Maybe he can screw up them other puppets, but he ain't going to manipulate me. No siree, boy. Oh, well. Okay, now we go to lesson 3, manipulation. And that's why I'm sitting here with Jerry with my arm out here, because I do not want him to be alive. Manipulation is the key to endowing these figures with life. But before we get into it, let me please stress what we've covered in lesson 1 and 2, lip control and substitute sounds. This is the basic part of ventriloquism. Practice them daily, even when you're walking around, just musing. Work with your tongue. Tita, 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 tita. Try to get the right spot. Okay, now we're going to go on to manipulation. First of all, we're going to talk about the words. There should be one pull of the string to each syllable. For example, gee whiz, Lynch, you're looking real good today. Try that again. Gee whiz, Lynch, you're looking real good today. One for each. If you don't, you get something like, gee, Lynch, you're looking real good today. It doesn't quite make it. Did I do that? Yeah, no, one for each pull. Try it again. Gee, Lynch, you're looking real good today. Right. Okay, now, that's the sync of the string. Now notice that Jerry does not turn his head this way. Roll the head. Roll the head. The head is a ball and socket. Keep it rolling. And as you keep it rolling, while you're talking, you notice that just the slightest little movement makes him seem alive, like he has his own agenda. Also, if your figure happens to have moving eyes, you see what can happen with listen, I want to test your eyes. You do? Yeah, look over here. Now follow the finger wherever it goes. That's right. Just keep following the finger wherever it goes. See how it brings life to the character? When you work a thing like this, wait a minute. Hey, you're going the wrong way. Oh, sorry, your hangnail threw me off. Where are you? Just keep watching it. If I go up like that, if I come down like this, oh, don't. Anyway, that's what I mean by life. So he has sort of a life of his own. Now, if you have a figure that can blink, see? If you have a figure that can blink while he's listening to you, he may suddenly get bored, he may suddenly get tired, he may yawn, he may have his own life going on here, and then all of a sudden, as you're talking, he falls asleep. Now, when he's asleep and he snores, keep him breathing so that the figure is endowed with life, with breath. My eyes are open. I know. You didn't have that installed yet. All right, please. There. How's that? I feel good. Great. All right, now, for example, try not to be too far away from the figure. Get with him. Sometimes get nose to nose. That's right. Oh, yeah? You a wise guy? Yeah, what are you going to do? Come bring him into the pic. Or sometimes he can say, I'm going to do so-and-so. No. Yes. You draw him back. You get, did you believe what I just said? No. This drawing away, isn't that cute? Gives him his own personality. Now, a double take. A little fella can do a double take. Watch. How did you do with history? I got 100. Honestly? Well, no, but I got 100. Oh, I see. That little, try it again. What did you get? I got 100. Honestly? Well, no. That little, well, no, that little take. What it does is it gives him the feeling that he's always thinking, right? Get out of here. That he has his own agenda aside from yours. Look, I want to show you what I mean by thinking. Now, how much is 5 and 5? Huh? How much is 5 and 5? Oh, let's see. 5 and 5, carry the 2, 600, no. 3 and 3, erase it, yeah. Come on, 5 and 5. You couldn't make a 101. No, 5 and 5. 5 and 5. Oh, I don't know. Oh, by the way, I have a little bonus for you. I just want to show you something. What do you want to do? I just want you. What are you doing? Now, just be careful. Now, all you do for this is just use your voice through closed lips. And you can even hear words. Well, you know what you're doing. What? I don't know what you're doing. Say that again. I don't know what you're doing. You don't? No, I don't understand what you're doing. What? I don't understand what it's out. Oh, yes. That's just a little bonus, a small trick. But what I'm trying to achieve in this spot of manipulation is that endow your character with more than just mouth work, eyes work. Make him kind of think. Make him have his own personality, his own concerns. Try to make him a living, thinking, and breathing entity. That's what manipulation is all about. Now, I've chosen a film clip to demonstrate manipulation. This was really a doozy. My writers came up with an idea for Jerry and I to do Charlie Chaplin and the Kid. Well, that's a silent movie. A ventriloquist whose whole reason to be is to make a voice come out of this little guy was going to have to try to do a silent movie with no talk at all. Well, it wound up with plenty of manipulation. Let's watch. Lesson 4, dummy voice. Dummy! He's using that word again. Okay, he asked for it. Okay, pass him by, folks. Pass 'em by. Do not patronize this ventriloquist. Pass 'em by, folks. Pass 'em by. Whoa, boy, what temperament. Okay, now we come to lesson 4, the dummy's voice. Establishing a voice for your figure. You know, I've met a lot of young ventriloquists throughout the country who seem to be very discouraged that they weren't able to get enough differentiation between their voice and the dummy's voice. And most of them just gravitated to using pitch. You know, hello, Fred. Hello, Joe. How are you? Okay. Well, I don't find anything wrong with a falsetto. That's fine. But I happen to prefer character. I think that character is the only way to go. Now, of course, this is only my opinion. It really depends on what kind of a ventriloquist you want to be. Some want to be technically proficient, exquisitely, with great lip control. Others are kind of flashy and tricky, and they want to do voice throwing or telephones or difficult phrases, a bottle of beer, and Peter Piper. Well, all of that is fine, but I happen to be a Bergen man. I've always been. And I stress character. Using character to differentiate your voice from your figure's voice. Now, I believe that's the only way to go. You can achieve this in 3 different ways. Tempo, an accent, or little speech idiosyncrasies. But of course, really, that's just another way of saying character. If your partner lisps or happens to be slow or fast or hesitant, well, that's his or her character. I want to give you a little demonstration right now to show you what I think character can do to help produce this difference in voices. So with the help of my little company, you've already noted Jerry's character, I want you to meet Tessie, Knucklehead, and Henry with the characters that I have established for them. Hello, you darlings out there. I got an uncle. He's a living doll. Tessie, You're the doll. Oh, thank you, sweetheart. Tessie, what is it? Is that perfume I smell? It is. And you do. That's Tessie.
Hi, my name is Henry Goldberg. Whoopi Goldberg is my aunt. And I got a question for this here dude.
For me?
Yeah.
All right, what's the question?
How many dummies you got?
4.
And how many are white?
3.
And just one little old colored kid?
Well, I'm sorry, but that's the way it worked out.
Man, I'm going to turn you in.
What?
To the NAACD.
What's that?
The National Association to the Advancement of Colored Dummies.
That's Henry.
Oh, howdy, folks. My name is Knucklehead Smith, and I'd like to introduce you to Mr. Winkle.
No. It's Mr. Winchell. That's what I said, Mr. Winkle. No. Look, repeat after me, please. Win, Chell. Gesundheit. No, Knucklehead, look. Win, Chell. Chill. Winchell. Very good. Thanks, Mr. Winkle. That's Knucklehead. Okay, now we're going to try a little experiment. With the help of some makeup and costume, I'm going to change the appearance of my little company and present for you a complete series of different characters.
Hey, buongiorno, state di dormire. Hey, I got an appointment today with the Godfather.
Excuse me, what's all that blood there?
Oh, well, you know, I wanted to look good because I'm going to see the Godfather.
Yeah?
So this morning,
Yes?
after I took a shave,
Yeah?
I put a little toilet water on.
Well, how'd you get hurt?
The seat fell down and hit me.
Oh, no.
How do you do? I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Chandu, and I come from Africa.
Excuse me?
Yes?
Are you...
No, I'm not a Shriner.
Oh,
I'm a great magician.
really?
Yes,
Well, we'd love to see a trick.
I'd be delighted. Certainly.
Okay.
Only I need a volunteer.
Well, I would be delighted to volunteer. What can I do?
Well, first I want you to stick your head underneath the water.
Yes?
And keep it there for 10 minutes.
But I'll drown.
Oh, you know the trick.
Oh, howdy. I'm just sitting out here on the highway, just trying to help people coming by here.
Excuse me, sir. Yeah? I just got turned around back there. Could you tell me how I get to Chicago? Oh, sorry, Cindy. I don't know how to get to Chicago. Well, how about St. Louis? No, sorry. I don't know how to get there neither. Well, do you know how to go east? No, sorry. I don't know how to do that neither. Boy, you don't know anything, do you? I ain't lost.
How do you do? My husband is taking me to court. He says whenever I go to bed at night, I take off my wig and put it in a drawer. Then I take off my eyelashes and put them in the drawer. Then I take off my falsies and put them in a drawer. Then excuse me, does your husband want a divorce? No, he wants to know if he should sleep in bed or in the drawer. Oh, boy.
Howdy, partners. I'm an old rancher, that's what I am. Yes, really am. I want to tell you something, you never know what lonesome is till you get to herding cows. Excuse me? Yeah? You're from the West. I sure am. Well, you know I've got the West in my blood, too. Yeah, how come? Well, my grandpappy came west in a covered wagon. Did he look like you? Exactly. No wonder the wagon was covered.
I'm a Yankee Doodle Dandy, Yankee Doodle Georgia. Excuse me. You're the guy. Wait a minute. I know you. You dirty rat. Take it easy. Would you sing a song for us right now? No songs. Well, if you do, I'll buy you a little puppy dog. No dogs. Why not? I used to be a tree. I have the strangest premonition that somebody's going to ask me a question about school. Excuse me, huh? It is I. So what is it? Well, I have a question, so ask it already. Well, your math teacher, my who? Your arithmetic teacher. Why didn't you say so? Okay, your arithmetic teacher said 10, take away 5. What's the difference? That's what I told her. What's the difference?
My word, old bean, I just come over here from London. Love America, smashing place. Jet lag is giving me a headache.
Excuse me, my lord.
Yes?
Can I get you something for your headache?
Yes. I should like some acetylsalicylic acid.
You mean aspirin?
Oh, I never can think of that word.
Get this, folks. I'm walking down the street with my 15 kids from a former marriage, and a cop wants to arrest me. What for, I says, and he says you must have done something with that crowd following you. Excuse me, I hear you like riddles. True? Would you tell me one? Certainly. What do you get if you cross a raccoon with a skunk? What do you get? A dirty looks from the raccoon. Psst, you're on.
Oh, I know. Hi, y'all. I'm sure right proud to make your acquaintance.
Excuse me, that accent. Where are you from?
I'm from Jimmy Carter State.
Oh, well, that's Georgia.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, but I met you in Las Vegas.
Oh, I know. That sure is a rough town.
Why, did you have bad luck?
Bad luck. I crept up to the crack table, cracked, and cracked out again.
Yeah, that's a tough town.
Oh, I know.
Hi, I'm in the law enforcement business, you see, and of course none of my fellow officers like the gear that the department's given us lately.
Excuse me, officer.
Yes, sir?
What gear are you talking about?
Well, it's this darn holster here.
The holster?
Yeah, I just don't like it.
You mean this?
No, that's the gun. Just don't like the holster. None of the guys do.
Well, would you mind telling me what's wrong with this holster?
It only holds 3 donuts. Oh, yeah, I just can't think of it.
I'm asking you for your name.
My name?
Yes, your name.
Would you repeat the question?
Your name. What is your name?
I know it is. I know my own name.
Well, what is it?
Huh?
Come on, hurry up.
Why, are we dying?
No, we're not dying. Just give me your name.
Name? I can't think of the name.
You don't know, do you?
Well, I was just trying to think of it. Do you? Well, you give me a check. Do you? Well,
no, I thought so. Well, I'll tell you. Your name is Mortimer Snerd.
No, it isn't, darling.
Tessie! Well, my advice is don't struggle with pitch. Imitate to begin with, and then modify until you feel comfortable with it, and it will soon be your own. The dummy's voice is not too difficult to develop in this manner. Okay, now I'm going to show you a film clip of Jerry Mahoney in a dramatic show that we did over 40 years ago. Notice that the pitch of Jerry's voice is not too different, but wait till you see his character.
You mustn't be like this, Echo. Why can't we be friends?
With you? Friends?
Certainly with me.
When you've tried to kill me?
Kill you, Echo? Nonsense. You're the one who commits murders. Why should I want to kill you?
You've tried. You know you have. Ever since... Well, ever since...
Your father died? You mustn't think about that so much, Echo. It'll drive you crazy. You mustn't dwell on death. But you know, I can't help wondering.
Wondering what?
How would you like it if you were dead?
No, you mustn't say that.
Yes, Echo, dead, like me. A thing of wood with no life at all. How would you like to be dead?
No.
Echo in a wooden coffin. Echo in a wooden coffin. Echo in...
You're horrible. Get away from me. Get away.
Spitting? Who's spitting? Okay, lesson 5, I call splitting. Now, you recall in lesson 2, manipulation, where I explained on how to manipulate your partner. Now I'm going to try to put it all together for you in what I call splitting.
Let's all sing God Bless America, okay? God bless
Give yourself a hand.
Yeah. We need to save ourselves. This was a quid pro quo for them to get certain information from that Kaela showed me. I demanded certain information back, and actually it was information concerning the time travel issue, because they were still trying to be, they were still reticent about informing me as to what the real nature of the situation was. As late as 2001, the looking glass shows probabilities, or has shown probabilities. The cube would react with the people present. So there was an alteration, if you will, over what you were seeing from it. It would actually spin out as a yellow disc out of the top of it, where the word Yellow Book originally came from. Yes. Actually, I used that to our advantage at the T9, because that, in fact, was present at the T9, and I projected certain information which caused a little upset during the meeting, but I was also allowed to show them probable outcomes. So in fact, the Yellow Book, the cube, was used for that purpose. Shockingly, they happened to see themselves standing on the bones of their own families and things like that in the vision, and they ultimately decided to remove Lotus as well as certain abductions from the Tau 9 Treaty. They were handing this cube around from country to country to the elitists in the countries to look into their own futures so that they could pick the best paths for themselves. I'm happy to pass along the information. I'm honored to pass along the information that I understand that the Yellow Book is no longer accessible. I will say this to everybody, whomever took it, it's in safe hands and it won't be used to harm humanity.
How would you like to start? What's the best place to start as far as stargates are
I've got it. Well, I've got a list of questions here in front of me, submitted by you two, all 30 of them. And oh, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have mentioned the number.
No.
They are decommissioned. They are separated into their 3 components. There's a projection component, a ring component, and also a barrel component to both the Stargate devices as well as the looking glass device. The Stargates also have field posts, and again, I'm not a physicist, so I wouldn't be the appropriate one to make comment as to how they work. But there were field posts that were positioned around the actual gates, and they have been stored, I guess. I'm not certain what happened to the field components, but of the 3 components, they've actually been decommissioned, and liaisons to the European Union, the United Nations, and NATO are actually in possession of them. And there is no one group which has the other one of the other 2 components.
Well, okay, so
everybody's staring at everybody, and they're not. They can't put the equipment together because everybody is mutually dependent and looking questioningly at everybody else. So everybody is literally protecting everybody else. Of the actual base operating equipment, there are 3 components to it, which is a projection device of some sort, a barrel, and a set of rings, electromagnetic rings.
Are we able to know how many man-made stargates there were on the planet?
No. I'm not going to comment as to the total. I will say that there was over 50.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. In different countries of the world?
Yes.
Okay, and these are man-made?
Yes.
Okay, so, and natural stargates?
Well, see, it's not a Stargate. It's a device which accesses.
Okay,
which
right.
accesses a portal, a wormhole,
Does it
or
access a natural, in other words, the man-made device
Yes.
accesses a natural stargate?
It draws off from a natural ERB, an Einstein-Rosen bridge.
Okay.
It accesses it and somehow works, from what I understand, not in parallel, but almost like piggybacks on the energy of the natural stargate. Yeah.
Okay. So, in other words, if there were 50 man-made devices accessing, they would be accessing a corresponding 50 natural energy vortexes.
That I don't know. There's a possibility, in fact, that when the looking glass was operated, they were usually worked in tandem. It required a second looking glass to be turned on at the same time to get acoustics through. So unless a second one was turned on, which was operated at one of the places where Will Uhouse had been, he saw the second node location as opposed to the first node being over at the Papoose facility. Two pieces of equipment, 2 looking glasses, were required to be turned on at the same time to be able to hear acoustics or sound, if you will, from whatever the people were watching, but to go to piggyback in tandem with the visual response to the equipment. That it required 2 to be turned on to hear anything. And then both sides could hear the same thing. So I suppose both of the looking glasses being tuned to the same thing was accessing the same tunnel, if you will, to the information.
Okay, yeah, that's what I was wondering. Okay, so the looking glass has an ability to show one the future, but a Stargate or, or equipment that accesses a Stargate or wormhole is for time travel, right? We're talking about 2 different things.
Yes.
Are they using the same technology?
Essentially, yes. The original device was the Stargate device. That was then increased in power, if you will, with the use of these field posts. And how it pumped up the power, how it stabilized it, I don't know. You'd need to speak with a physicist about that.
Okay, and
however,
it increased it enough to where it became a looking glass?
Well,
or had
no.
the abilities of a looking glass?
No. It would be pumped up in power to stabilize the doorway, if you will, to step through into another location,
right.
Which, in essence, because distance and time are relative, the same thing, step 2 into another time. The looking glass device was a back-engineered Stargate.
Okay.
So it was actually back-engineered from the original cylinder seal data, which allowed us to produce the Stargate access devices, if you will, what we call the Stargates. It's a back-engineered device, the looking glass is. So the looking glass is a secondary device, and it was coming into its fore in the 60s and 70s. And Will saw one of the first generations of it. From what I understand, very large piece of equipment. They always get smaller no matter what. I mean, look at what's happened with the computers.
Will saw?
Oh, yeah.
Will.
Will Uhouse.
Uhouse saw the original looking glass.
He saw one of the original looking glasses demonstrated, and in fact, it's going to be in the DVD that we're getting ready to put out, the actual interview, where he was indicating firing of a bullet, I believe it was, through an object. And there was a time delay where the bullet actually passed through the object, where he saw the bullet past the object, or the projectile, if you will, a rail gun, I believe is what was being, yeah, it was a rail gun that was being used. And then afterward, they saw the impact of the device. So they were already playing with it in the early 70s, early to mid 70s, with dealing with time sequences.
Wasn't the original looking glass a back engineered from alien technology?
Yes.
Okay. But it also, there was information around the cylinder seals that they used as also, and that those cylinder seals also came from an off-world race. Is that
from well, no, the cylinder seals didn't. The information on them did.
Came from. Which was maybe the Anunnaki? Is that kind of our...
I wouldn't feel comfortable in characterizing it with that name.
Okay.
I really shouldn't go.
But it was off-world technology originally.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And at this point, like, okay, say that was in the 60s, the 50s, the 60s, you said?
Well, yes. That's when they started actually being showing a lot of interest in actually building the equipment to be able to see over the curvature of time-space so that they could see into the future and somewhat into the past, but basically the future. Okay.
So there's also our Henry Deacon contact said there was a black box that came on one of the crafts. And I don't know if you're familiar with that black box. Did you have exposure to that as well?
Yeah,
so
it was something that we called the cube or the yellow disc or yellow cube, yes.
Okay, but then that was not a looking glass. Was that a looking glass?
That is a variant of the technology.
Okay.
However, whilst the looking glass shows probabilities, or has shown probabilities, the cube would react with the people present. So there was an alteration, if you will, over what you were seeing from it. It would actually spin out as a yellow disc out of the top of it, where the word yellow book originally came from. Yeah. And depending upon what predisposition, it's kind of like little Yoda telling young Luke, you bring in there what you have with you. You know, whatever is in there is what you bring. You could then change the perspective, the tilt, if you will, the orientation or angle of the information being presented back to you. So unless you are well prepared to deal with such a thing, human interaction and human emotions bring instability of the provenance of the information.
Okay, that's what went on with the black box, you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, but with the looking glass...
And I used that to our advantage at the T9, because that, in fact, was present at the T9, and I projected certain information which caused a little upset during the meeting, and they got certain abductions removed and Lotus removed off the calendar and things like that. I caused some real trouble, in other words.
Can you elaborate? Are you willing to elaborate?
Let me sit here and consider what I should and should not. During the negotiations for the Tau 96, I was asked to supply a model for the Lotus. In fact, Marcia and I were both asked because they knew tangentially she was involved. I agreed to do so, which is what you respond when you're a sworn operative. It's yes. Unless there are great objections. I was then taken to the location where the treaty was actually being negotiated. Give a short recitation as to the nature of Lotus. What was happening is the P45Ks used Lotus. They wanted to use Lotus for the back engineering of their own neurological problem. I was objecting to its use, but still was under orders to provide a model. I was prepared to do so, but I was also allowed to show them probable outcomes. So in fact, the Yellow Book, the cube, was used for that purpose. Shockingly, they happened to see themselves standing on the bones of their own families and things like that in the vision, and they ultimately decided to remove Lotus as well as certain abductions from the Tau 9 Treaty. So we were successful in getting certain things removed. I think I can safely mention at this time, because we're only one OF9 and one Tau 9 Treaty away from the passage through the completion of the passage through the galactic plane. So I think I'm pretty well safe to go ahead and mention it now. They're not going to be able to get it back, put on the treaties and all of that in the time that we have left. In other words, they got outfoxed. And that's what happens when you're negotiating in treaties.
So you use the capacity of the Yellow Book or Little Black Box to show them the future implications of what using the Lotus to amplify or to rectify their own biological problems.
This is true, and that was skewed by, it takes a great deal of emotion to skew the imagery and the audio that comes with it. But I'll just say that I'm extremely vehement with regard to my objection for the Lotus being used, and apparently that vehemence was sufficient to skew the image enough to get them to jump back aghast and in horror. Mm-hmm.
Wow. So, okay. And this kind of, like, just for the sake of the audience to some degree, you have seen in, I guess, the Yellow Book or in the Looking Glass, and you can correct me which one it is, the future of Lotus, in a sense. How Lotus becomes, once it's brought to the fore by you.
Well, actually, no. No, I haven't. The reports to me which came concerning the future of Lotus, which we're not going to get into in depth this evening, was given to me as information.
Oh, so you didn't see it?
Personally see it, no.
Okay.
I was told.
I see.
I was told. That was during the early years, I say the early years of Lotus. It's only been going on for 6 years now.
Right.
But this was the latter half of 2001. And this was a quid pro quo for them to get certain information from that Kaela showed me. I demanded certain information back, and actually it was information concerning the time travel issue, because they were still trying to be, they were still reticent about informing me as to what the real nature of the situation was, as late as 2001.
Meaning the real situation was, meaning how much access to Stargate, to time travel that they actually had?
Right, the whole treaty system, the situations involving the treaties, their outcomes, the actual potential for both timeline number 1 and timeline number 2 outcomes. In the case that we're in right now, we seem to be in a variant of timeline 1, and that's good. For everything that I've seen and have read and reported to me concerning timeline number 1, it's not happening exactly the way that they figured that it would. But then again, it couldn't, because we've made changes along the way which diverted us away from timeline number 2. And in so doing, our future, again, I regard our future as something which is pretty much a blank slate. We're writing it for ourselves. And so we are now seeing something coming to pass which is slightly different than the prognostication, than the probabilities that we were seeing. And I'm good with what we're seeing so far, but you know, we are still faced with the challenges, the environmental degradation, etc.
Okay.
But hopefully we will rise to the challenge.
Okay, so this is interesting because it sounds like Kyella was instrumental in getting you to have greater access to intelligence about what the looking glass was telling MJ12.
Yeah, it was the information that he was providing me which provoked questions. And the fact that they didn't even want to get into long-winded discussions with me in the late 90s concerning what he even was. After we had argued for years to find out even where the material was coming from, then we were finally given access to the material. I mean, this went on for a few years.
Meaning, okay, but your interaction with Kyella was leading you one way and giving you one set of information, and MJ12 then had another set. Isn't that right?
Well, they weren't really, it wasn't that they had another set of information. He was telling me, he did tell me basically what was going on.
Okay.
And they were simply not providing that information as what they considered a need-to-know situation.
I see. So
they just weren't going to tell me what they didn't feel I needed to know.
But little did they, well, this is my paraphrase, but little did they know that Kyella was basically cluing you in.
He was cluing me in, and he was informing me his perspectives concerning the treaties. So I knew something was going on. And that is ultimately what they wanted to know about. And I said, well, for you to know about that kind of thing, then I need to know about certain other things. It's, you know, it was truly a quid pro quo situation. And they said, well, okay, we'll tell you if you tell us. Right. So I told them, and they told me a little more.
Wonderful.
And it was right around that same time that Lotus was actually kicking into fore. The May 31st, 2001 event that took my prosaic project and basically threw it in the garbage can, and it turned into what it is now, this project that it is now. And as a result, I also found out from them where they said Lotus was ultimately destined. And that is, like I said, we'll discuss that in a slightly future date.
But isn't it true to some extent that Lotus could help Kyella now?
That was the perspective of the P45 J-rods, and that is not my perspective.
I see. So, because I make a distinction between Kyella, who's what I understand a P52, and the P45. So, but they're on the same, you know.
They were on the same timeline, the same track, but just separated by 7,000 years.
Okay, so even so,
which is quite a big separation.
What we got. So what you're saying is that in a sense, Kyella couldn't get the benefits of Lotus because...
Nor did he ask for it.
Okay.
Nor did he ask for it. And you know, I will say this. This is something that David spoke with David on the phone not that long ago. I'll leave the last name off. I think you know who I'm...
Sure, but we can use his name if it's okay with you.
Well, sure, David Wilcock.
Okay, yeah, because we just interviewed him.
Oh, okay, wonderful.
Yeah.
And he was talking. We were discussing the same thing, which was the box, the cube. And I said, you know, I said, a strange thing happened. I was pro tempore made MJ9 for the 12 as a result of a bet that went on within MJ12. And I got a chance to tap who ended up being the last MJ9 prior to the adjournment. And before tapping her, who was the first female to ever set in the 12, I got a chance to look at certain documents and look through certain archives in Washington, D.C. prior to going across to the continent and meeting with some folks and telling them basically I wasn't interested in their offers. I'm talking about a trip to Brussels.
The Illuminati?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And during the same time, the cube disappeared. And it hasn't been seen since. And it disappeared out of the archives. Of course, I have no idea. I have no idea where the item may be, but I do know this. I'm happy that they can't find it, because what they were doing is they were handing this cube around, and this is a question that Bill had asked, whether there was only one cube. They were handing this cube around from country to country to the elitists in the countries to look into their own futures so that they could pick the best paths for themselves. Why don't they just live their lives and try to be good people? Why do they need a little black box to tell them when to jump and how to jump? That's not being fully human, or at least from my perspective and those of our associates. That's not being fully human. So, as I understand it, disappeared. Now, there have been certain, allegations that have been made that during the time when I had, it's almost a year ago now, when I had the bad seizure. It was near the end of last year, was it? No.
I think it was about a year.
It was about a year ago, and I had a very severe seizure and was actually put out of commission seriously for a while. And there was a big hullabaloo to get over to my apartment to get something out of my apartment. What that object was, I won't comment. But I will say this to everybody, whomever took it, it's in safe hands and it won't be used to harm humanity.
All right.
In fact, the fact that it's in safe hands will prevent it from being used to harm humanity. It has been thus far only used, aside from, well, I mean, I've got to try to justify my own behavior in Bandolier of using it for the purposes of skewing to get Lotus off and the abductions off, but I think that was for a beneficial cause.
Right.
But it has been used since actually the 50s by the potentates, by the leaders of the various countries to skew the history.
Wow, that's amazing.
Of the human race.
Right.
And the common folk, the average people, all of us, have a right to a future which is our own, and not being skewed and designated and promulgated and promoted and provoked by blue bloods who feel that they are above everyone else.
Well, thank you, Dan.
You're
for
welcome.
that. I think we probably all owe you a great thanks for that. Dan.
No, I'm happy to pass along the information. I'm honored to pass along the information that I understand that the Yellow Book is no longer accessible.
Yes.
That's all I know about it, though.
I understand. I totally understand, and thank you for that information.
That may be the reason too why the Illuminati hasn't done something to us, and it may also be the reason on the other end why the old Magi haven't, and it may be why they're also quiet and
Right. They
I don't know.
have the upper hand anymore, in essence.
The people should have the upper hand, and they should have the upper hand for their own destiny, and that's why we too have gone as far as what we have to expose the NSSM 200 report, which was put in during the Ford administration, which I believe was written by Dr. Henry Kissinger, wherein he suggested the possible use of food as a weapon. And its use against, in fact, as a tool against the third world. Now, at the same time, we notice that there's a correlation going on. You can find this from the IPCC report concerning global warming, that if the world average temperature rises, I believe, between 2 and 3 degrees Celsius, that the northern hemisphere, the higher latitude growth will increase. However, if it goes over that, it will decrease. Yet the lower latitudes, by the way, that's where you find most of the third world countries, the 2 to 3 degree Celsius increase will cause starvation and crop loss.
Okay.
Now, isn't this funny?
Yeah.
How they're just allowing the global warming to increase with the provoking with the use of fossil fuels. I'm not saying that's the total cause. It's not. There are cycles involved, short as well as long-term cycles. But isn't that funny? And it's my best guess that they'll probably order just enough ameliorative steps to be taken where it levels off, where the higher latitude or the higher latitudes probably don't lose their crops, where you find the majority of the rich countries.
Interesting. Well, that's actually a fascinating political observation. I think that it is also interesting that most of the crops are being grown, though, in the lower latitudes. They're not being grown in North America anymore.
Right, but you have sustainability, though.
Sure.
Whereas when you have the loss of the crops in the lower latitude, you're also losing a lot of the population from the third world, which unfortunately, according to the way that the documents read, some people find them expendable.
Right. Well,
we don't feel that way.
That's the Iron Mountain report also talks about things of that nature. And you're familiar with that?
I've heard of it.
Well, it's freely available on the net to be read, and it talks about that, something very similar to that.
Right. I'm not one that likes to interject myself in politics at all.
No,
I like
I
the
know
state of
that.
the
I
state of
know
the
that.
research.
But at the same time.
Well, at the same time, I mean, when we start hearing that the codex is being placed in place, which actually delimits food value. Oh, you can have all the food you want and starve to death while you're eating it if there's no nutrients.
Right. Absolutely.
When I start hearing that food is being used as a weapon, and it's being used concerning the use of fossil fuels, I start getting personally angry. There's not one person in the lower latitudes that's worth any less than me.
Right.
You know, everybody is worth exactly the same thing on this earth,
Yep.
and unfortunately, there are individuals who feel otherwise.
I understand. Okay, so Bill, the question you were asking, now that we've kind of, let's talk about, first of all, you mentioned Will Uhouse.
The son of Bill
The
Uhouse.
son of Bill Uhouse, who's
Right,
very
right.
well known.
Bill
so
who?
we didn't realize that he was actually, it was the son you were saying
Yes.
who had access to that technology.
Yes. Bill was the builder of the avionics and the testing equipment. The back engineered ARV testing equipment, the avionics. I actually saw some of the equipment, and this is in the tape that Marcia and I did with him in a room. I actually saw some of the equipment, some of the diagnostic equipment in the B bay underneath the Galileo bay that he actually built. And so when I started describing it, Will looked at me and said, "Oh, that's what my dad built." So we had a very nice little connection there.
So are you saying...
But it's Will who had experience around the looking glass equipment in the 70s. His son, Bill Uhouse's son.
And Will Uhouse is alive now?
Yes.
Okay,
Oh, yes.
so that's very interesting.
And
That
his
means-
wife, Terry, they in fact, from what I understand, they met during the course of conversations concerning our information coming to the public. Terry and Will met one another, fell in love, and were married. That makes me feel kind of personally really good.
Okay, well, so it sounds like Will knows quite a bit about what makes the ARV run then, if his father had something to do with the back engineering.
Yes.
Okay, so in 1947, when
Yes.
the cube was discovered, it must have really screwed up the idea of the two timelines by bringing in the ability to, I mean, I don't know what the cube can and can't do.
Well, first of
but-
all, the cube actually was not discovered in 1947. There's a mixture of the stories involved. The cube was actually, the information about the cube, its existence, was known as of 1946. It was further discussed in 1947 after a certain crash in midwestern, lower southwestern state, New Mexico, and following which, during the first brokering for treaties by the Orions with Eisenhower, the cube was handed to Eisenhower. It was in fact expected to go to the United Nations authorities, and it was in fact spirited away by the United States military.
Okay.
They didn't hand it over.
So, but the way you're talking about the cube is that it sounds like it connects emotionally with the viewers in a sense.
It does, and the fact that it was actually Orion technology.
Okay.
And it was handed over by them in the spirit of goodwill, but a misassessment as to our evolutionary state, our ability to handle the issue and handle the equipment. They felt us more balanced than what we actually were.
Okay, well this is, I mean, this opens almost Pandora's box in a sense of United States history.
That is Pandora's box. Yes, and I'm not exactly certain what was seen relative to the cube for 9/11. However, the analysis which I was asked to do, of course I've paid the price now that I've actually done it. Again, people don't want to hear the answers that I came up with, but the analysis that I did indicated that certainly there's at minimum a great suspicion concerning the delay of response. And the information that I have directly from one of the former seated members was in fact that we were aware, but this was looking glass technology, not the cube,
I understand.
that we were aware as of the middle 1990s that there would be a coming Islamic extremist war with the United States. We were also aware of certain alternative situations that they used the statistics from the looking glass, from the variability between the different pictures, to show that would be occurring at the same time, another probability at the same time. And from their perspective, that the least of the two consequences was 9/11. I am aware of what the other possible consequence was. I'm not willing to come out and start mentioning it because I don't know what the consequences are of speaking the things that have not thus far happened, yet the probabilities existed that they could.
Yeah. No,
So you know, I'm feeling a little bit, there's a little weight when it comes to that. But
okay, you're saying though that the looking glasses have been, as you called it, decommissioned.
yes, ma'am.
And that means across the board.
Across the board.
Okay.
They are shut down.
And you said there was 50 man-made devices, and I'm assuming
I said at least 50.
that would access or create stargates, in essence, out of natural vortexes.
Yes.
And
They would
some of,
suck them in or make
but
them
if you had
available.
Looking glass, and a looking glass is not the same as a stargate.
No, a looking glass is a back-engineered form from the original cylinder seal descriptions on how to build the units that they made Stargate. So in essence, you could take a looking glass
Yes.
unit and make a couple changes to the equipment,
Okay.
lift it up on an angle,
Okay.
put field posts around it, and open up a hole to step through.
Sure. Okay, but the looking glass can show you the future. So are we saying
Future
that there
probabilities, not the future.
Okay, so are we saying there were 50 looking glasses in operation as well?
Oh no, there were much less.
Okay, much
Yeah, we had a basic monopoly over the looking glass, that and India. India brokered early on with Indira, when Indira Gandhi was brokering the Committee of the Majority between the United States and the Soviet Union, because the Soviets were threatening to start their own treaty system up with the extraterrestrials, which would have become untenable. We agreed then to expand MJ-12 from a wholly operated and owned American operation to an international operation, and thus was born the Committee of the Majority between 1963 and 1967. And when that information was brokered, that happened in parallel with, kind of under the table, but in parallel with the United Nations treaties involving things like the Test Ban Treaty and the Outer Space Treaty. And so it was being done at the same time under cover of UN support. The diplomats were going back and forth and brokering the opening up so that the treaty system would be a single treaty system and thus tenable and manageable to hopefully a good outcome. And we'll be knowing within the next few years whether that was successful.
Okay, so this is, I mean, this is really fascinating. You're saying that some other countries, India for one, had access to looking glass technology.
Yes, ma'am.
As
They
far
they
back
they had that
as-
written in as far back as the 1960s and 70s when it was actually being back engineered from the Stargate material. And so at the same time that Will Uhouse, for instance, was looking at the early generation looking glass, India had the same.
Okay, and are you at liberty to say what other countries had access to that?
To the information or to the equipment?
To the looking glass, to a looking glass, or the ability
No.
to create a looking glass and look at time, look forward
No.
into their own histories.
No,
Is
because
that without exception?
and I'll tell you why the answer is no. Within the treaties, the looking glass, as well as the Stargates, as well as the cube, and information movement pods, are all contained within the treaty system. Within that treaty system, it also prohibits and allows certain passage of information amongst delegates on where the looking glass material is and where the information flow is, what the access is. Being that I stood in Bandolier, I'm considered a delegate, therefore I cannot tell you.
Okay, so you can't tell me who has
No.
access to that technology.
Aside from India and the United States.
Right. Okay.
No.
So, but we can assume that some countries, perhaps, that is the leadership of some countries, may have had access to this technologies at some point.
I think that it's fair to say that we can assume that they had access to the information from it, but I wouldn't place any characterization over any assumption of whom may or may not have had it.
Okay. All right. Well,
I thank you for the question, though.
Okay, but it also gives you a whole different way of looking at history. I mean, certainly.
Indeed it does.
You know, I mean, this stuff is got to be, you know, as natural to you as, you know, getting up in the morning, you know, and having a cup of coffee. This is all part of your worldview.
Now, there's nothing as natural to me as getting up and having my cup of coffee. I'm sorry.
Okay, but
and we should have never built. We should, the Stargate, yes. Okay, for the purpose of speaking with the visitors from the other timelines, yes, absolutely. The looking glass, no. That was done because of our own shortcomings as people who aspire to things that we maybe shouldn't try to grab a hold of.
Well,
It should have never been built.
Gives you power, right? We're talking about power and the misuse of power here.
Yes,
I mean, bottom line, right?
yes.
So
And I am an advocate against that misuse. Right. In fact, well, I could say against the misuse. I am an advocate against its use, period.
Okay, so let's say that one has the looking glass, and you're saying it shows probabilities. And one of the things we were wondering is, how does it do that?
Well, from the best I understand, and I was speaking with Bill just a little while about it, a little while ago, the rings and the amount of information via energy, which is passed into it, and I've got to be very, very careful with this. The position of the rings, their orientation, the energy running through them, position of the barrel, etc., because you can raise the barrel up on an armature inside the center of it, all come into play as if you have an onion with the various layers of the onion. As you move through the different energy levels, you also move through the different layers, so you get different bits of information. Now imagine an almost infinite number of layers overlain in comparison to the positions of the rings, and an almost infinite amount of energy that you can add or subtract. Tuning it up, tuning it down.
Well, it sounds
Instead of going up by 1 hertz or by 2 hertz, maybe by a thousandth of a hertz, up and down.
But it sounds like you're working with almost like a kaleidoscope effect. You know, like a kaleidoscope, a real kaleidoscope, the way you would turn and twist and focus, and each time you get a different design, right?
Well, right, except
Each time the colors are changed.
yeah, you get a different design and the colors change, but it's like working with multiple kaleidoscopes, where when you find 2 different probabilities that you would run into, you have 2 kaleidoscopes, and you make a change on one kaleidoscope, that may factor or function to a different angular change on another kaleidoscope, so you get two separate pictures that you then have that are flashing back and forth.
Okay.
But yes.
Okay, so
Best analogy to that.
Is there an interface with a computer to get these readouts in terms of probability?
Yeah, in fact, there's a deinterlacing system which they used to actually deinterlace the flashing back and forth of the two probabilities or the multiples that they had at certain times when it starts skipping.
You could freeze them, right? So you could look at them closer.
Well, what they did is they deinterlaced the video and then reintegrated the video and watched the individual videos then.
Yes, yes.
And then determined statistically how much time was spent on each video to determine the amount of probability of each event occurring. And they tested that against probabilities in the field and probabilities of future occurrence to get a system which functions scientifically. And that's...
Okay, so, well, I'm going to go with that, and I'm going to actually say what they might have been doing is then looking back to see, in other words, if they saw an event in the looking glass, all they had to do was calibrate or look at the different possibilities, see which one happened, and then...
That's what they did.
As time went on.
Absolutely. That's right on. That's right on.
Yeah.
That is right on the beam.
Okay.
And you know, some people, like I said, some people say it's blue smoke and mirrors. But then again, I was told something in 2001 that's I'm living in right now. Okay. Okay, without going to what it is.
Absolutely.
And like I said, we'll talk about that in the future. But you know, it's the best scientific equipment that I can imagine for the determining of such a thing. Mm-hmm. But it goes to the old question, just because we have the power to do something, should we?
Sure.
And I am a 100% advocate. She and I had a more than a small dust-up out at Frenchman Mountain over this very same thing, which actually resulted in me walking alone down Lake Mead back toward Las Vegas, with she and I yelling and screaming at each other along the roadside. They were doing tests out at Frenchman Mountain during the time that the Rosen Bridge was being accessed there, the Einstein-Rosen Bridge, with the equipment. They had the curtains up and all of that business, and up where Metro couldn't see it from the top of the mountain and all of that, and they were accessing there, and there was a mistake and a small explosion out there on the east side of this little, what we call the Conquistador helmet. And she wanted me to go out there with her to help clean some of the evidence up of it. And she and I got in more of a little dust up because I didn't want anything to do with it. Because I don't believe, I'm no Luddite, I mean, I'm all for grand technology, but I don't believe in playing with things which actually deal with looking into the future. And there's another issue that was going on at the time, in fact, that the variety of communication which was going on via this equipment from elsewhere, I presume she will still won't admit to me, but I presume that it was from Orion, and it was information, defense-related information on how this type of equipment, how an Einstein-Rosen bridge at a distance could be used to pull information out of a defense computer system. And I don't mean a U.S. defense computer system. And I said, you know what? No. Look, we've got the technology here, we've got the talent, we've got the willpower, and we've got the willing to defend our own country without the use of something involving time technology. Mm-hmm. I wouldn't want to go up against, for instance, God help us, the Chinese on the ground. But at the same time, I don't fear their country either. I believe that we should be diplomatic with them and have a firm understanding and a respect for one another. But I also don't fear them. And so the use of a technology like that is not honorable to me.
Right. Well, it's like knowing how the game plays out means you can play your advantage ahead of time, mm-hmm. and making sure that eventuality will occur.
That's why I was so interested in when I was doing my time with the jobs involving safety and security training and all of that here in Las Vegas, when I was interacting with Marcia and the I, because we were literally on a daily basis talking about that same thing and about the psychology of individuals who come to a table to play a game and who cheat to alter the outcome of the game. And that whole psychology, it's something which I'm not, is not foreign to me. And so that helped, if you will, prime the wick of the explosion between myself and that variety of technology, which actually primed my disagreement with it.
Okay, well, I understand what you're saying, and there's a million questions that all of this generates.
Oh, I know.
I know we don't have all night, but I would like to ask.
Yeah, there's 30 of them here.
Knowing, but now that I know what I know and what you've at least communicated, you're saying you don't want to use the looking glass for advantage over country to country, but what about country to off-world?
No. It shouldn't be used at all.
I understand, but
all right.
But is there something there? I mean, in other words, is this technology something that they are using now to look at our relationships with, because they've been
the technology
closed
is
down.
not being used at all right now.
Okay, but the reason it's not used now is because of where we're going into the galactic, the plane of the...
Yeah. As of about 2017, I would expect probably that all of these little pieces of equipment will probably all get reassembled, yeah.
Turned back on.
Oh, sure.
2017? That's quite a while.
2016, 2017.
Oh, not until then.
Probably not.
Meaning...
I'm figuring that they're probably going to act conservatively on this. That's what all of the people of wisdom have suggested to them.
Oh, wow.
Is to act conservatively. That, yes, the so-called cycle of catastrophe or season of catastrophe of Falconelli, the time period from, right around 1992 to right around 2012, right around that area, while we will have passed 2012, we really ought to get through the entire cycle, which is about 1980 to about 2016, to feel confident that the interpretation from the timeline from the future about their own catastrophe is not off by a few years. We're talking about 45,000 years or 52,000 years respectively. We have difficulty understanding what happened 2,000 years ago. And we're talking about 50,000 years here. So it's very wise for them to wait.
Okay, and you mean the looking glasses are now decommissioned, but also the Stargate technology?
Yeah, they're decommissioned, and the Stargates and the looking glasses, I'm sure they're all in their little mothballed containers and all of that, and they have been separated. The three components of each have been separated and moved to different power structures, diplomatic and military authorities in the world. And we're talking about the EU specifically, the UN and NATO. Those are in specific control of one of the three components each. And I cannot comment as to which component is contained by whom.
Okay, but you're saying there's no doubt whatsoever that all this technology has been decommissioned.
There is no doubt whatsoever when it comes to the looking glasses and when it comes to the Stargate technology that it has been decommissioned. And however, there are a few threats going on, ongoing threats from present countries stating that they will put it together at their will, do their own self-determination. And those countries, if push comes to shove, will be shoved.
Okay, meaning put it together now?
As in build one themselves now.
Yes, that's what I'm asking.
Yeah, what was extant has been collected. I'm under very good assurance that what was sitting there has now been collected and decommissioned.
Okay, and we're assuming Iraq is one of those.
Oh, absolutely.
Basically, they were able to pinpoint in the looking glass the very highest probability for those things to occur.
That's true. That's true. And Bill was asking about a future date involving another thing, and a year was given to me. And he was saying, well, if a year can be provided for that,
right,
why wouldn't a year be provided for the other? Well, there was a highest probability year for it. However, telling me about something that might happen in the future involving a project which we're currently involved is one matter.
Sure.
Willy-nilly throwing a date out, which is a probability involving the lives and the destiny of all of us here on the earth, and specifically to a predicted 4.5 or 4 billion people death, is another matter.
Okay.
That carries an entire different weight with it.
But are we to assume that we've passed that year yet? Or is
You're
that still
not
up
to no, you're not to assume.
No. Okay,
that.
so that's still in the offing. What we're looking at is a very low probability of the event,
Yes.
the event or the set of events
Yes.
occurring.
Yes.
At this point.
Yes, we're looking at a low probability of the higher catastrophic portion of the events occurring. I expect that the events which would kick it off are still going to happen. For instance, the solar max, which is coming at around 2012, and the expected loss of GPS equipment and things like that, which is out there as part of on the web. You can find that as Engadget, I think, was one of the groups that spoke about the loss of GPS and in satellite communication.
Meaning electromagnetic grid is going to go down.
Yes, yes,
Okay,
and that would be the time that I would expect the highest probability of the T2 event having correlated to the history of the J-Rods and the Orions. But that's as far as I can.
Wow. Okay, well that's pretty close.
I can't give a date though.
Yeah, I understand.
I can, but I shouldn't. Because people will then target toward a date. And there are people out there now that are saying, oh, it's right around the corner at any moment now. Why won't the aliens save us?
Yeah.
We need to save ourselves.
Okay, very
and
good.
that's why the steps have been taken in the world and are still underway so that we will save ourselves. They were used for passing information and passing inhabitants this direction.
Oh, by other cultures coming this way, but not by us going elsewhere.
By P+45s and P+52s, both Orions and J-Rods. The treaties were basically inflicted on us by the Orions. As they were enforced upon us by the Orions that we needed to do what we needed to do, when they figured out that we weren't able to handle the issue ourselves, they looked at their own history and said, look at the cavemen and women. Then I found out that because he had carried the attitude that the Magi were not closely watching anything which was like Neos or the near-Earth orbiting asteroids or anything like that. They weren't concerned about it at all. Well, then subsequently during a conversation, I found out that in fact they were. The information from her relative was in fact that they were aware that there would be an Islamic attack upon the United States as early, meaning they were aware as early as the mid-1990s that it would be coming sometime in the new millennium. Well, right on, smack on the beam. The Orions could trust us so much where they could hand us a cube and we misused it to the state that we misused it, where they then had to inflict a treaty system upon us.
But the moon's not like, the most inhabitable planet.
No, but it's the place that we're allowed to be right now. Okay. Do I sound like I'm weighing my words? That our emotions affect our state, our physical state. That our orientation to the energies which are available from the cosmos, if you will, affect the state of our DNA, affect the state of our health, and they are applying that as an experimental protocol, a rubric, if you will, to change the state of the people on board so that they can sample them for biological material.
I have a question about the probabilities, Dan. The low probability...
When you ask a question, I'm really serious.
The low probability, according to what I understand, what you said earlier is 19%. Is that still valid? Because that's still playing Russian roulette with one bullet in a barrel of 5.
Is it not? And actually it's slightly worse than that. Okay. In all honesty, it's slightly worse than that because there's only an 85% confidence level to that 19%.
So that doesn't quite sound like we can all relax.
I don't think it's a well. No, I don't think it's a question. I think we need to do the right things, and there was a correlation to the successful and unsuccessful outcomes, which involved the people of the world being united in purpose for survival and for care for our world. And that's the reason why we did this crazy thing. And I you know, it sounded crazy, it looked crazy, but we did it because it was the right thing to do. And I ended up having to send a team of people out, canvassing the regular people of the world and handing flyers out stating that the time had arrived for us to pray for unity. And I would still encourage that seriously and sincerely. You know, I lost people. I was in charge of a team, and some of them died as a result, well, a couple of them from accidents, and that, you know, can happen anywhere. But a couple of them were put to death for proselytizing. And so I bear that on my soul now.
For put to death for proselytizing
In
unity?
a country where
Meaning China.
There was in fact 2 deaths in China, and we also lost some people in Saudi Arabia and a couple other places. I didn't make public how many all we lost or how many all we had, but they did their jobs, and the information was handed out, and we did the best we could. Anyway, you were asking about the Stargate, the possible locations and all of that. On June 16th of 2003, in RV number 0403, Deborah was requested to do a remote viewing session, a sole one, a series of them, in fact, that she conducted, and she found several locations. Among them was, in fact, Voloshanka, and she even said to the north by the tundra in Russia, and in the southwest Tibetan mountains. I'm sorry, I'm still a little bit thinking about my men and women. I don't know how to pronounce this. Mosjoen, M-O-S-J-O-E-N, in Norway. And that was a big hullabaloo. There was one actually, the equipment was actually removed from there.
So what you're
Syria,
saying,
Turkey.
You're saying she remote viewed the locations of the Stargate.
In fact, she did, and the reason why I reacted to pull this out, in your question, number 9, it says how many LGs were there? How many man-made stargates? Where are they? And you gave a list of possible countries. In that list, you mentioned Bulgaria.
Right.
Well, on the second page of it, she's got the Pirin Mountains in Bulgaria listed. So I just wanted to kind of let you know.
Thank you.
And a couple points in Egypt, and she didn't, in fact, in this one mention Iraq, because she was working separately for Iraq. On February the 4th of 2003, she did a special RV. Says, I came up with the following in my session. I saw a place 10 miles southeast of Baghdad. This, by the way, is a place where we ended up actually raiding and removing what they thought were rings for what they called weapons of mass destruction. Well, there were rings, all right, but it was a different kind of weapon of mass destruction. I pictured a big tree on the ground surface of this location. Now think about how Saddam was finally found.
Yes.
Behind the tree, there was a hole in the ground that had a piece of wood over it. I saw a man looking and feeling like Saddam have a guard lift the wood over the hole. Saddam then entered the hole and jumped into what looked like a platform at the top of a set of stairs. In remote viewing, I don't remote view, but in remote viewing, from everything I understand from her, time gets mixed up, overlaid, and sometimes off-shifted.
Yes.
And she clearly saw him in the spider hole. Mm-hmm. She also indicated that she found the work area down there, and in fact drew the work area, which they ended up finding the one gate in Iraq. Okay. Interesting stuff, huh?
Yeah, absolutely. So we are kind of getting off the topic a little bit.
That's good.
Of, of stargates and all that.
Am I causing that?
I'm sorry?
So am I causing that? I hope not.
We know that Kaela escaped through a stargate with your assistance. That was described in one of our last videos.
Yeah.
And
E.T. went home.
Yes, E.T. went home.
Yep.
And the interesting thing about that is that you also had an experience in which you sort of fell into the Stargate and then kind of didn't go all the way, so you stayed in this reality.
Well, kind of.
Kind of?
I was expelled several yards away onto a slab of, it was either limestone or granite, I'm not really sure, or sandstone. All I know is that it was hard when I landed on it. And it was on the other side of the tarpaulin over, the area was separated, human ET side, for the actual staging around the Stargate. It was the military operation. And I ended up on the other side of the barriers, which were like raised curtains, so that the people around the area who were actual inhabitants of the area couldn't see. And I landed on that, and I moaned or groaned or was wondering where I was, and was in fact then approached by men in guns who were very upset with me. But
okay, but you saw the inside of a wormhole, right? Momentarily?
Oh, I can't really say that. There was a gray curtain, almost a misty type curtain, very similar to what I remember during the time that I was in a coma back in the 70s. And I saw certain things on the other side, but it was a flash, and that was about it, and nothing really remarkable to talk about.
Okay, so you never went through, all the way through. I mean, I'm asking, did
no,
you,
I was
have you?
No, I did not end up, I do not remember ending up anywhere else.
Have you ever gone through a Stargate in your capacity?
No. And no, there are no rotating ring-like devices where men with military equipment walk through and meet Raw on the other side and bring their nuclear weapons with them. No. There are, yes, I'm being derogatory towards Serpo.
Well, I thought that you were talking about Stargate.
Well, that's what Serpo came from. I mean, you know, this list of, well, we've got our nuclear weapon with us and all of this business, and they could have picked something better than the name Serpo if they were going to go with it, but Serpo it's a reptile park in, what is it, Argentina or the Netherlands? It's the name of a reptile park. And I think it was picked more by the former ops who were actually putting the disinfo together. And what they did is they just simply took a name and they turned it backwards. It was Opress.
Okay,
it's
but
a
there was
it's
no
a K4
Stargate
code.
in Serpo, in the Serpo story, as told to people.
Okay.
Okay, but...
There's no Stargate in the Serpo.
That's what I said.
Yeah, sorry.
So what I'm asking is, we have Stargates, okay, that have been decommissioned.
Yeah.
Okay. Which access time travel technology.
Yeah.
Okay. These Stargates, before they were decommissioned, we must assume were used.
They were used for passing information and passing inhabitants this direction.
Oh, by other cultures coming this way, but not by us going elsewhere?
By P+45s and P+52s, both Orions and J-Rods.
What about all the other, I mean, I don't know if you're party to this, but how many other races are out there?
I am aware of one interdimensional species that won't speak with us directly and was communicating via the Orions, the P+52 Orions. That's it.
Okay, so
you know, and I've been 20 years. It's confusing to me because I've got so many people with such great certitude. And I've been 20 years around these people, and either they were the greatest hiders in the world, even while drunk, and some of them drunk and recreationally drunk. And that's the way best I should put that. Comes with large amounts of money. Sometimes they pay for products to make them feel good or whatever. I have never, it's been a joke. I hate to put it this way, but a lot of the UFO community, like to them, the stories have been a joke, and a lot of them have been proffered by the folkloristics unit in Majestic. They actually promulgated a lot of these stories, and now they hand me the bag to come out here and go, boo, sorry, the boogeyman ain't real, I guess.
Okay.
The only thing that I'm aware of are the P+45s and the P+52s. The intergrades between them over the 7,000 years between them cannot be contacted per treaty. The P+52 J-rods and Orions I'm aware of, and the P+45 J-rods. At the time the P+45s were around, they were unaware that the P+52 Orions, which would then be P+45 Orions, even existed. They didn't even know that they still survived at the time. And they only found out as a consequence of coming here in the treaty negotiations.
Okay, but what about you're telling me the Stargates were only used one way by...
Used two ways, but one way by transport for delegates in.
Okay.
And that was only under extreme circumstances involving international uproar, where there were problems with the treaties. Aside from that, products were exchanged back and forth and information was exchanged. But it was deemed too dangerous to be handing people back and forth regularly. These things collapse, from what I understand, spontaneously. And if it collapses and you are not out one side or in the other, you're nowhere.
Okay, so you're telling me that these people had such a conscience, they were not sacrificing Americans or other, or military people to test the Stargates?
No, the treaties were basically inflicted on us by the Orions. As they were enforced upon us by the Orions that we needed to do what we needed to do, when they figured out that we weren't able to handle the issue ourselves, they looked at their own history and said, look at the cavemen and women. Okay? After we acted the way that we acted involving the cube and all of that business. They inflicted the treaty system on us. And they said, you will behave this way. We don't have the ability to just take a Stargate and to step through onto the other side without violating a treaty. They don't want us out there. We are dangerous to ourselves.
Okay.
So why would we not be dangerous to another culture? They are sure as hell not going to let us off this planet.
Can I ask you?
Just ask about Montauk and about Henry's experience.
Well, yes, but
I still, believe it or not, I still have not read about what Montauk is. And sitting here right now, I have zero clue what it even is.
Okay, that's cool. What about the Philadelphia experiment? You're familiar with that?
I'm familiar with the reports of the USS Eldridge.
Okay.
I'm familiar with the unified field theory testing that went on. In fact, the unified field theory testing did go on, but it made something which was, from what I understand, radar invisible, but not involving everything that I've heard all of these other movies about people going back to 1941 and prior to Pearl Harbor and all of this business, and walk through the time tunnel and all of this. The information that I've heard from the military sources, because I asked when I was in there, because I knew about the Philadelphia experiment from way back from hearing about it, that it was a legit experiment, that there was a legit experiment that went on, but it provided radar invisibility and it was an early cloaking system. And it was electromagnetic cloaking.
Okay. Now I'm wondering what, certainly Kyella gave you sort of like hidden cards in your hand that allowed you to get information from Majestic, or to trade information with Majestic, such that you would learn what was going on in terms of the Stargates and various things.
And if I tell you, that means I'm telling that camera right there.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And okay. But if
and that
we
one.
recently, I don't know if this is in the public domain, but recently you found out that MJ1 had not told you everything about a certain incident.
True.
Okay, which was a meteor, incoming meteor.
It was Apophis, and the big thing is the affidavit that I wrote and the dust-up that happened between he and myself was based on the fact that he said, and I told him not to lie to me again, and the reason why I told him not to lie to me again, it involved the time period where I was told to keep my mouth totally shut because of timelines. Then I found out that it was a bunch of garbage, basically just to manipulate me to keep my mouth shut. And after that happened, then more votes were taken, and then I was told to talk. I was given the orders to talk. Yo-yo, okay? When that happened, I told him, don't lie to me anymore. Tell me it's none of your damn business if you have to. I can accept that better than being lied to. You know, it's more honorable.
Sure.
He said fine. Then I found out that because he had carried the attitude that the Magi were not closely watching anything which was like NEOs or any, you know, the near-Earth orbiting asteroids or anything like that. They weren't concerned about it at all. Well, then subsequently during a conversation, I found out that in fact they were. This caused a mild dust-up, which was then heightened because of information from her relative. The information from her relative was in fact that they were aware that there would be an Islamic attack upon the United States as early, meaning they were aware as early as the mid-1990s that it would be coming sometime in the new millennium. Well, right on, smack on the beam. That made it worse. I had told him that if he ever lied to me again, I would make him pay a price for it. The simple price was naming him.
Okay, but
and after that, we've sent. There has been conversation with that particular individual since, and everybody's okay with everybody. I mean, 20 years, more than 20 years. I first met the gentleman at the back of the Lambs in the museum. More than 20 years, since the mid-1970s. Relationship is not going to go by the wayside over a dust-up.
Sure, I understand. But the reason I'm alluding to that is that here's a case where
I know what you're alluding to.
Okay, where you don't know everything about what's happening, and you haven't necessarily been clued in to everything.
No, I haven't.
And so you are telling me that we don't go both ways in Stargates, and this is what you've been told.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and you are telling me that there's only 2 races, maybe a third that's doesn't have
3 races plus us, maybe a 4th.
Okay, so all I can say here is this is interesting because we have gotten testimony from a lot of different witnesses, people who have different psychic abilities, who have come from the inside, from Black Ops, like our Henry Deacon, telling us that we are accessing stargates constantly and going, in fact, between the Earth and Mars and going between the Earth and the Moon and possibly other places as well. In other words, not just that we're staying out of space or out of the stargates because the Orions tell us to.
Well, they were used. They were used in timeline number 2 to gradually access Moon and Mars. Now, there is a possibility that the information that he has or had has to do with a future timeline. That would make sense to me on that level, but not on the level of, hey, honey, let's take the kids to Olympus Mons today.
No, but
No.
how about if the military is sending equipment back and forth, et cetera, et cetera?
Okay. The Orions could trust us so much where they could hand us a cube and we misused it to the state that we misused it, where they then had to inflict a treaty system upon us.
Are they running our country? Are they running our world?
No, no. They're simply constraining what we're able to do. No. No, we're running our own show down here, meaning when I say we, I'm not talking about the common folks that are, like being starved to death every day. We're running our own show politically down here. These statements about, well, these are mind-controlled this or that, automatons working for the ETs and the government. No, 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 no. These are good-hearted and black-hearted people, both, all fighting each other to run the geopolitical scenario. That is an honest, assessment from what I've seen what's going on. But we are constrained as to what we are allowed to do, meaning where we are allowed presently to off-world.
I understand.
Very nice, very nice. We placed our hands on our hips, and underdog flew the American flag on the moon, and we showed ourselves so wonderful and all of that over the Soviets. But that doesn't mean that we're quite able at this point to go and camp out for too long.
Okay, so now you're telling me why we're not theoretically, or we haven't gone back to the moon, at least overtly.
We're busy, right, we're busy throwing sticks and stones at each other. And another reason why why we cannot go back there is part of the treaty system allows us to have a certain repository set somewhere on the moon. And that repository is presently there.
Okay.
And that is in case the T2 timeline should eventuate, or there should be a geological or a global catastrophe of like size.
Okay, which
and
is
it's
the
there,
arc, what you've called the arc.
Yeah.
Okay, which, from what I understand, used to exist here on the planet.
Well, in several pieces.
Right. Okay, so they took it up to the moon somehow.
Yeah, it was
It went
assembled
through the
and
Stargate?
no. That was going to, in fact, they were building equipment up north from here. And they ended up getting it about 3/4 of the way built. I actually told Bill Hamilton about this when we were walking on the Jeep Road out at Frenchman Mountain one night, and he says, well, where's it going to go? I looked like that and kind of pointed up, and there the orb was heading. He says, ah.
Okay, but you call it an arc. Is this something
Well, that's
that
a nickname for it.
But it sounds like it's going to save creatures.
It's got genetic and tissue and other products.
From us.
Yeah.
Okay, other creatures on the planet as well, animals, plants.
Yes. A very good biodiversity, yes.
I see. And it's sitting on the moon in case there's something very bad that happens down here. Is that the idea?
Yes.
Okay. From the moon, where does it go?
It doesn't.
Oh, really? But the moon's not like, the most inhabitable planet.
No, but it's the place that we're allowed to be right now. Okay. Do I sound like I'm weighing my words?
Yes. Okay, well,
it's your job to ask the questions. It's my job to answer them as honestly and as truthfully as I am able while being honorable and beneficial.
Okay. And we do thank you for that. Regardless of what other people think. There's a huge amount.
I know the exact spot that the thing is setting there. All right? Yes. I know what it looks like. I know how many pieces there are. I was involved in looking at and assisting with the biospherics on it. I know exactly where it sets. And what happens if I say exactly where it sets and something happens to it?
Sure.
I can't take that on my back.
I understand.
Go back to the 50s here for a second. An interesting thing happened. We were talking about the cube and all of that, and the meetings with Eisenhower and the Orions, the delegates. An interesting thing, and I'm just referring to this, of course, because it happens to reference from the intelligence community the appropriate event, albeit it was being said at the time during a different context. This is referencing a hearing of the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence, the nomination of Mike McConnell to be Director of National Intelligence, and this was at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time on Thursday, February the 1st, 2007. And Mr. McConnell, the Honorable Vice Admiral, said the following, quote, Senator, some years ago, I think 50s, 60s, there was a battle in the community with regard to authorities for signals intelligence. of course, signals, intelligence, communication, and people can read between the lines, I think. And decisions were taken finally to cause the director of the National Security Agency to have responsibility for signals intelligence, or SIGINT, as we refer to it, with regard to establishing priorities overseeing the technology, ensuring it's conducted in an appropriate way, the training standards are right, and investments are correct, and so on. I get a little report here, which was released on 17th February of 2003. This was actually sent to me by Bill Hamilton, and it was written by a person named Matt Guza. I don't know who the person is, aside from Director IC USUFOIC. And he reports the following. Aquarius background. Aquarius and other information. Says Aquarius findings briefly described below, because it was being, for some reason, Project Aquarius was being looked at very closely at the time. Number one, from what we have found, we believe that it started in 1953 alongside of the Project Blue Book ordeal. Now 53, let's think, what happened in 53? This is pretty much around the same time, general time frame as the Eisenhower thing, within a year. 53 was also the time when a certain craft dumped in Arizona, as I recall, right near Kingman, involving two P+45J rods and a P+52. The P45 was the one met by Bill Uhouse, and of course the P45 was the P52. I had the great honor. But the theory on the drawing board at this time is that it started as an USAF black project and was overtaken by the intelligence community due to the content and the secrecy. From investigating the past interest of the USAF and UFOs, it seems that the USAF weighed their investigation too much on non-scientific data. This would explain the need for the intelligence community investigation. So we can read between the lines here. Herein, after finding and seeing this, or due to other issues, the intelligence community took Aquarius out of the hands of the USAF. Isn't it funny how these two things coordinate with one another?
Well, what do you, okay, what are you trying to say? Are you trying to say that...
that there was an obvious illusion, here in the testimony to the Honorable Vice Admiral McConnell,
right,
two situations which were going on during the 1950s involving the present relationship between we and the extraterrestrial species. Yeah.
Okay.
There seems to be a rather direct correlation here. And then the fact that later on during the intelligence community interview of Mr. McConnell, there was even an allusion to
the same time period.
Well, to timeline changes. Senator Rockefeller. This gives my heart good saying his name. I regret to say that my time has run out, and I think somebody's manipulating this clock, because that much time hasn't gone by. Oh my heavens. And then a woman walked in who was from another committee, and that would be Susan Collins, I believe. But the fact that there was a manipulation of a clock comment going on, and this, and there are several, well, I've got it tabbed up as to the relationships here, but what I'm trying to, I guess, show the folks is how things are said publicly.
Yes, absolutely. So, but what is interesting is how many in Congress know what's really being said.
Well, the head of the committee here, this committee was chaired by John D. Rockefeller IV, Democrat of West Virginia. And there was
I have no doubt that Rockefeller is in the loop. But
well, I have little doubt that he is in the loop as well, and may have been in the larger loop as opposed to not the Majestic 12 loop. Anyway.
Meaning a member of the Illuminati.
No. There was a larger group that existed between 63 and 67 properly in approximately 2002 called the Committee of the Majority.
Oh, okay. Okay, well then, all right.
I mean, you know, you got people like Rockefeller that can call the war that happened in 1991 as the Persian Gulf Procedure. That's right, he actually called it the Persian Gulf Procedure.
Fascinating.
It wasn't a procedure that I was in, but anyway.
Okay, well, we've heard that since then, it's now called, there's 40 members, and it's called, isn't it the PI 40?
That's an old name. That's an old name.
That's an old name.
That's an old name for it.
So what you're saying, or what is being said here, is that there is some catastrophic events that have been mitigated to some degree, hopefully, by a certain amount of unity on the planet and a certain amount of effort towards the positive. And I'm assuming
and removal of equipment, yeah.
Okay, but they removed the equipment because the equipment told them to remove it? In other words,
they removed the equipment because the history indicated that the equipment was operating during the time of the catastrophe and was a proximate cause to the catastrophe by increasing the amount of energy into our asthenosphere and causing a global catastrophe.
Well, it's just that. In a sense, the equipment was telling, you know, it's almost like...
well, it was the equipment and it was the delegates. It was also the delegates to the treaties and the representatives, including Kaila.
The Orions were saying, hey guys, it's the equipment, shut it down and you'll have better luck?
They were the leading force in that, yes.
Really? Okay, now I'm going to ask you something that may come across a little controversial, but what...
No, we have been talking about such prosaic items all evening.
No, but
I'm not certain I could...
What makes you think that they had our best futures in mind when they told us to turn that equipment off? In other words, why should we believe them?
Well, we should believe them simply because of the possibility and because we're talking about 4.5 billion up to 5 billion people here. All right? Now, let's think about this for a moment. If we leave the equipment in place and nothing happens, so what? What is the harm in removing it?
Right.
Now, that would be the corollary question to the question that you just asked. If they don't have our best interest at heart, how would our removing that equipment prevent the catastrophe that we're hearing about from 3 different cultures, meaning the Orions, the J-Rods, and the J-Rods from earlier times? How would removing that equipment proximate the catastrophe? Only leaving the equipment in place would be the dangerous move. So there's no harm in unloading a gun, but there is a possible harm in having it loaded.
Sure. It's like the joke of believing in God. It's like the Sufi joke about whether you believe in God or not. If you don't believe in God and there is no God, there's no harm. But if you do believe in God and there is a God, it's going to be a good thing in the end, right?
Well, may take you a few more trips back, but
okay. So
I don't know. That's up to God.
Right. Well, in a sense, that's what you're saying.
You know, this is an issue of practicality.
Yeah.
You know, if we have a piece of equipment there that could possibly cause us harm, let's say they're wrong and it doesn't. You better pull it apart anyway. We're talking about the consequence of nearly 5 billion people.
Okay. What about
we would be stupid not to, in other words.
Okay. What about the natural stargates that still exist on the planet?
What has been heard from my background concerning the natural Stargate issue is what was going on at Frenchman Mountain. And to access that, they were using one of the Stargate devices. They had it hauled out there.
Okay, I mean, for example, Sedona has several vortexes.
Oh, sure, they're all over the place.
Yeah, and there are several natural vortexes. You know, just to create even a cyclone or a hurricane creates a sort of a vortex.
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
Through which certain races can travel in their ships, it is said. Okay?
Okay.
Do you have anything to say about that?
No.
Okay. Those are natural stargates.
Oh, the meaning a portal which does not require hardware?
Sure.
Oh, I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know. Well, I guess I could probably make some sort of a comment relative Lotus. There's a possibility that the portals that we're seeing during Project Lotus may be micro wormholes. And certainly, at least information is being carried through those portals from somewhere to here, and it's causing an effect in the environment. Now, we're assessing presently to see whether or not they are naturally produced. And in August, owing to certain circumstances, we're planning on running tests out at Frenchman Mountain to determine whether or not it is a natural phenomenon. Possibly.
Okay.
I mean, you could say that a travel in time could be a warp produced by a gravimetric device of a craft. You can move large distances in little to no time. So I'm not certain what the difference is, physically or mathematically, between that and what is being called an Einstein-Rosen bridge. You would need a physicist for that. I'm used to working on cells.
Right. But, and in a sense, if Lotus is creating some kind of Stargate effect,
oh, that's wonderful.
Micro wormhole.
That's wonderful if it is.
It is wonderful, but in a sense, you might also have to let go of Lotus in that sense if it is going to impact.
Oh, I have. I have. In fact, but for more tangible reasons. We brought the fine art of producing these portals for demonstration up to a science. We knew exactly what to do, know exactly what to do to propagate them with nearly 100% efficiency. They range in size, thus far that we've seen, between about 0.02 millimeters, so about 20 microns, to up to a millimeter. When we produce them now in the field, they're approximately a millimeter in diameter. And that's putting a heck of a lot of energy in, 50 times more energy than what we would do through the microscope. But we brought it to the point where it was a beautiful thing, where I could hook the right optics train on the scope, propagate with the use of a laser and electricity, and turn them on immediately on the surface of a silicate. And then we started getting things coming through on this end, or at least results in the medium around the crystal or around the silicate material that we were using, which were not normal. Cells of anomalous origin, self-organizing cells, which appeared to be organizing in one case. We did a variant of the ancient Lazaro-Spallanzani experiment, historic experiment concerning beef broth, and to rule out spontaneous generation. And we had a very nice AB neuronal type pattern formed by cells that were self-organizing, and they were clearly morphologically they appeared like neurons in this soup that we had, and so we had some real problems developing. We had two other consequences where we had what were produced were anomalous cells of unknown quality. And
coming through.
Well, what we had is we had an organization, I think, going on this end. Now we're coming very close, and more is going to be said about a year about this, but we're coming close to determining the mechanism. And what it appears thus far is that there is an opening to a somewhere which is then placed in communication with our environment acoustically. And then there is a series of reactions with microshards of silicate material or microshards of quartz in our environment, which then become actually spontaneously or nearly so enclosed with material from our environment. And they move off to various locations and actually have effects on target cells in our environment. And so it's apparently based acoustically.
Okay, but that's understandable, although it's complex, and I'm not a biologist, so I don't pretend to understand all of it. But I understand where you're going with this. But you still, but in essence, to get back to stargates, because that's the subject of this.
Really? Am I still?
No, you're there. But the thing is that what I'm curious about
I'm loosening the lock on the camera, so it gradually.
is I'm actually curious whether or not these natural stargates that do occur in nature are not being accessed by beings, whether they be the Orions or whoever, you know, at will, into this dimension.
I've got no information that the P-52 Orions or P-52J rods or the P-45J rods are accessing such a system, save the use of time travel technology, gates to move from one spot to another, and then the use of craft for moving from there to here. Meaning from a spot in reticulum, for instance, to a place in the Aquarius system, Gliese, or however it's properly said, and then, which is the origin of, from what I understand, of Project Aquarius itself, because they were known to be coming from that direction. And that is, I believe, in the Aquarius constellation. But
because they're not
they use craft then to move from there to here, but they're using a gravimetric technology to warp time-space. So I suppose that could be the same use, but I don't think it's a situation kind of like, you know, you walk out into a wilderness and you see a whole parade of people coming through a Stargate with, you know, 4 heads and 16 eyes and things like that.
What about a whole parade of crafts?
I don't know.
Okay.
It's the best answer I can give. Most honest one I can give. I don't know. I have not, in 20 years of history, of history with Majestic, heard of anything like that from them, meaning as part of either a treaty system or an ongoing operation. However, I've also heard reports of craft being seen in the sky. I've seen craft in the sky, which I was not, you know, directly involved, like the May Boyer Park incident in '73. I've seen what I believe. Well, I have to say lights in the sky, not craft.
We've seen. Come on, we've seen.
She has seen craft, and you know, she's not feeding me full a line of bull.
You can stare at the sky and see the crafts zipping around.
Well, there are meteors too, and there are also experimental aircraft of various types. There are also back-engineered aircraft, which are being spotted too. The triangles.
All I'm saying is that according to what you're saying, there is a treaty in which we had stargates or access to wormholes that we mechanically opened and closed,
yes,
based on a treaty system in which we were allowed to get information and send information back and forth, but that we didn't use to go out, but they used to come in, is what you're
substantially telling me. Yes.
Okay, but we've closed all those down,
yes,
according to what you're telling us.
Yes.
Okay, so now I'm asking,
where's the yellow book? No.
No, but there are natural stargates out there that they can use anytime they want. So they no longer have use of our stargates. So it's in a sense of a treaty.
Well,
they have access anywhere.
Okay, if they do, let's posit if they do, for a moment. The ones that we have to be concerned about would be the P-45s, because they are looking to justify their own history. They would be very happy, aside from being paid off constantly, they would be very happy to see their own history justified.
How are they paid off?
They're paid off with technology, with assistance. In the past, they were paid off with a certain number of abductions per year.
What would they do with those people?
Aside from a longitudinal genetic drift study, that's enough. You know, some of them were literally handed over, and I consider it illegal, and I consider it a violation of international law. I consider it a crime against humanity, and that's why I did what I did to stand up against it as best as I could and to get it off the books.
What about the idea that some P45s have shape-shifted, you know, excuse the terminology, but into human form, are here working in the government under a human form, furthering their own, you know, demands
It's a substantial,
on history?
it is a substantial probability that they have the ability, because I've interacted with ones that would ostensibly look human. And I really don't like talking about the so-called man in black or men in black
Right, but I understand when you talk
phenomenon.
about the men in black, those were people that are beings that, you know, and you went in our last discussion into quite a description of that kind of being. But I'm talking about somebody who is acting like you and me, looking like you and me, absolutely undetectable.
No.
And still could be furthering, or could even be...
If they are, they're not J-rods. If they are, they're not J-rods. Orions, possible. They are very, very brilliant people. The short interactions, very short interactions that I had with them, I was impressed, whereas I would not want to be spending that much time around P45s at all. I would have enjoyed. In fact, I would have felt privileged speaking with them further.
Are you talking about, when you say Orions, are you talking about the Nordics?
I think that's how they're usually they've been called talls or tall.
Yeah, but I mean,
they're essentially you know, the anthropomorphic, very tall human beings with blonde hair, very large eyes, very blue, pretty eyes. Larger than our eyes, as in ratio to cranium size. The orbits are larger, etc. Just brilliant, just absolutely brilliant people. And what I found most intriguing about them is how they modulated what I consider their brilliance through emotion. The emotions coming from them were so less rudimentary. They were so more complex than what even I experienced with Kaela. I would have really enjoyed spending some more time with them.
Okay, but they're here on this planet interacting with us, isn't it?
Well, they interacted with us. I'm not certain if there are presently any on Earth or not right now. Okay. I would say that you know, they're 50,000 years, a little more than that, ahead of us. Given the similarity between body structure, between size even and body structure, cephalothoracic to thoracic ratio, similar enough. I think they could probably, if their eyes didn't look the way their eyes look, they could probably get away with walking around. Okay. But their eyes are, they're way larger than ours, and they look like, essentially like these Bratz dolls that the little tween girls are going after nowadays. You know, the eyes are too large. You see these eyes, these hyper-sized eyes. I mean, it's fine on a Bratz doll, but if you walk this thing out onto the street, it's going to get picked out very quickly.
Okay.
So I just don't think so. Now, I at the same time, I have to say, are they smart enough to probably get away with it? Figure out how? Maybe. Maybe. I doubt it, personally, because I've met a lot of very interesting, but a few strange people in the last 4.5 years, talking with the public, who believe that there are literally reptilians walking around that are wearing masks and things like that. No. You know, I'm a little more rooted in reality. I hate to put it that way, but no. I joked with her that I wanted to do something over at the first place where we were at for my debriefing. I said, when the debriefing gets done, what I wanted to do is I wanted to hire some special effects people for real. Would end the debriefing, and then we would stop, and then we would begin filming with another camera. And I was just suggesting a joke. It never got pulled off. Somebody, what I was going to do is have a special effects person work me up with my face over the top of a reptilian face, and I was going to rip it off and go, God, I'm tired of these human masks. And just have this little segment put out there as a joke. But she told me that people would take it seriously.
People would believe it. You can't do that. People believe it. It's true.
I don't know. I've got a strange sense of humor, I guess.
Okay, but you had a dealing with P-45s, P-52s, and these beings are, their treaty system is being adhered to because they are here in underground bases, monitoring us at all times, because otherwise, how do they know that we are abiding by a so-called treaty? Because supposedly, we broke treaties. Isn't this right?
Well, we have strained. We have strained the treaty system more than once. So have the P-45s.
Right. So
we have in fact come into conflict with one another at certain times. These conflicts have been amicably resolved. And we are presently in an amicable state with one another. We're not the only ones with the looking glass technology that can look into other timelines. In other words, they have the equipment too.
Sure.
And so it's not that difficult for those who might be wishing to enforce the treaty on their great-great ancestors, to look into the present time as an expression of them looking into their own past and watching it change.
Okay, so in a sense you're saying they know what we're going to do before we do it.
They know the probabilities. And so they are substantially capable of interacting with us if they feel that those probabilities are moving to eventuate their own history as they have it written for them as being an outcome. And they find that, the P-52s find that as an unacceptable outcome.
So they're pushing their advantage whenever they can.
They're pushing the advantage of not justifying their own past so that they may either split off on their own timeline, but that their own history would not eventuate a catastrophe. Now, if you consider that pushing their own advantage, sure. Now, the P-45s, the characterization that you placed pushing their own advantage, I would say that was an appropriate characterization.
Well,
that they would be, yeah. The P-52s are much more amicable and a little farther along. I just say that they're a little more spiritually adept, the P-52 Orions, certainly more than the P-45 J-Rods. They're extremely mechanical, very, very logical, yet ruthless. Extremely.
You're speaking of the P-45.
Yeah, they have no problem picking up somebody like me out of the middle of a park and shoving a probe up his wazoo to test him, yeah. Yeah, they've got no problem with that at all. I have, however, a substantial problem with that, and I think other folks who have been largely abducted, not everybody, but a fair number of them also have a problem with that.
Okay, what about the idea that we have somebody, Jim Sparks, I don't know if you know who he is, he's written a book called The Keepers recently.
I'm aware of Jim Sparks as he is the personal friend of a couple of folks with whom we became close acquaintances. Okay.
So he's telling us that he has conscious recall of his abduction experiences, and that groups of people were abducted by what sounds like P-45s because they have real issues with control, and put in front
Boy, that was said nicely.
And put in front of computer screens and shown, scenes of the Earth. First a beautiful Earth and potentially, fantastic futures, and then shown the opposite of that, so that what would be generated in these people is a love of the planet and a desire to make it a better place.
And also there is an aim to this. They are aware that our emotions affect our state, our physical state, that our orientation to the energies which are available from the cosmos, if you will, affect the state of our DNA, affect the state of our health, and they are applying that as an experimental protocol, a rubric, if you will, to change the state of the people on board so that they can sample them for biological material. The fact of what we take away from it is aside the point.
Oh,
That is just whatever we take away, and then it's our take on it, and then a person, an experiencer, if you will, then goes off into our world and says how he or she feels about the experiment, or about what they were subjected to, or about what they were shown. But there's a cold, hard, cruel reality involved here that we are being picked up for biological material as an experimental protocol.
Okay, meaning what these people that are being abducted are doing is providing, you know, DNA, providing eggs and sperm so that they can, what, experiment or create their own future beings?
What they're trying to do is they're trying to ameliorate their own neuropathology, which is already starting and is becoming an issue within their populace at their timeline concerning reproduction.
But how many people do they need to figure that out?
Well, as many as what they wanted to take until they get the answer figured out, and they really don't care because it's the old proposition of the anthill along the side of the road in Africa. You know, we are to them, from their perspective, the ants on the anthill, and how would we feel about stepping on 1 or 2 ants or a few million ants out of an anthill? It may cause a few people with, I consider, higher intelligence, some moral problems just stepping on them, but, you know, how much would we really care about that? They feel that way about us. They want to use us as biological material, watch us get destroyed to justify their own background, their own history, and at the same time take the biological material from us and solve their own personal present problems.
Okay, but how are we fighting them?
What do you mean?
In other words, you've just told me they have a tremendous amount of control. They're abducting a huge number of people, and they're continuing their experiments.
Well, they have. The numbers who are being abducted now are not treaty related. In other words, there is nobody being taken presently, 0 authorized by treaty. I can't stop them from taking people out of their beds at night, but I did influence the other. Is it rolling? I'm rolling. Because H.G. Wells, the epilogue in his Time Machine, the Time Machine by H.G. Wells, I keep this on my desk.
Okay.
It says, one cannot choose but to wonder, will he ever return? It may be that he swept back into the past and fell among the blood-drinking, hairy savages of the age of unpolished stone, into the abyss of the Cretaceous Sea, or among the grotesque saurians, the huge reptilian brutes of the Jurassic times. He may even now, if I may use the phrase, be wandering on some plesiosaurus-haunted oolitic coral reef, or beside the lonely saline links of the Triassic Age? Or did he go forward into one of the nearer ages in which men are still men, but with the riddles of our own time answered and its wearisome problems solved? Into the manhood of the race, for I, for my own part, cannot think that these latter days of weak experiment, fragmentary theory, and mutual discord are indeed man's culminating time. I say for my own part, he I know, for the question had been discussed among us long before the time machine was made, thought but cheerlessly of the advancement of mankind, and saw in the growing pile of civilization only a foolish heaping that must inevitably fall back upon and destroy its makers in the end. If that is so, it remains for us to live as though it were not so. But to me the future is still black and blank, is a vast ignorance, lit at a few casual places by the memory of his story. And I have by me for my comfort 2 strange white flowers shriveled now, and brown and flat and brittle to witness that even when mind and strength had gone, gratitude and a mutual tenderness still lived on in the heart of man. That means a lot to me. I actually hold on to that, and I hold on to that so much as such a prescient bit of thought that I actually keep the flowers from my great-grandmother's grave in there with it. You know, I don't know what's going to happen in the future, and all I can do is hope like everybody else and pray like everybody else.
Okay, well, thank you, Dan. You know, and I understand that we've actually overtaxed you and asked you, you know, an incredible amount of information here, and you've been very generous, and I really want to thank you.
Well,
for
it's my responsibility to say truth.
Okay, well, you definitely do that, and what I would like to also say is, how do we fight them? For the people that are out there, and what we know is unity is one way in which we are progressing out of a certain timeline into another, right?
Yes.
Okay, but if you have anything else to add to that for people.
Well, to me it's unit.
Constant vigilance.
Yes.
Constant vigilance.
That's good. That's very good, constant vigilance. Also, there are many operatives, not just like Marcia and myself, but many operatives who are coming out of the old Majestic who have had experiences like this. Most of those operatives are not willing to say anything. However, that doesn't mean that they're not doing things. We are acting in concert with some of those operatives and with other groups to try to motivate the information from the inside, which could be used for the beneficial application for humanity, to humanity. And we're doing our very best to motivate that through. And some of it is being seen in very little snippets of it, the projects that we're proposing that are going to be coming in the future, like Argo and ISIS. I guess the only thing I can really say, aside from the constant vigilance, is to act to the right. When a wrong needs to be righted, or there needs to be a stand taken for what is right versus wrong, that our present time doesn't mean that that we're so modern we have to get rid of the ideal for the real. We create our own reality, and so we should, in my view, act toward the ideal to create a better real for ourselves.
Let's all sing God Bless America, okay? God bless America, and that I love, stand beside her and guide her through the night with the flag from above, from the mountain to the prairie, to the ocean. All beautiful voices, too.
Give yourself a hand.
Welcome to the Jim Baker Show, coming to you from the village of Morningside, snuggled in the beautiful Ozark Mountains. Today, Jim's special guest, John Shorey. Special music by Kevin Shorey, Tammy Sue Baker. I'm Caleb Gordon, along with the Morningside Band. And now, direct from Gray Street at Morningside, here are your hosts, Jim and Lori Baker.
Hello, everybody.
Hi there.
Oh, what a week. John, I love you so much. I mean, I tell you privately how much Lori and I love you, but we appreciate the work you've done.
We really do.
The book you've written,
Yes.
the hours you spend learning and seeking God. Our partners really love you.
Yes.
And I hope everybody that loves John, we've made a special thing while John's here of his books. The ministry, I don't think it's anything, but we'd like you to, if you give $100, if you get a baker's dozen of 13, but give this in Christmas. There's one right there in the audience. Give this in a. If you're going to do a Christmas stocking, stuff it down in a Christmas stocking. But send them out. Listen, you say, well, I'm afraid to do that. Well, this is better than a necktie. But you know what? Let's make this a Christ in Christmas.
Yes.
Amen? And by the way, let's give one of the ornaments again. Anybody that orders food from now till Christmas, this is our new ornament for this year. It says, Happy Birthday, Jesus.
Yay.
I'm determined next year, if Jesus tarries, we are going to have more Happy Birthday Jesus stuff than you've ever seen before. Our store, our general store here is just filled with amazing things. We're opening our new Bible bookstore, our new Bible store. All Bibles, I mean leather Bibles, big Bibles, skinny Bibles, Bibles with big flowers on them. I mean, they're gorgeous. They are going to all be 50% off. And then we're even going to have sale days where when I get in a crazy mood, we're going to reduce them another 50%. You know, just for one-day wonders, I call them. But
free. Yeah, that'd be free.
well, no, that's 50% of the next whatever that reducing was. You know, and it's just that God's allowed us to develop some things that are blessing people. Amen. Probably next week we'll introduce our new ketchup. My new ketchup is going to be a $5 gift to the ministry for a nice bottle. I mean, it's a good. Ricky, you've seen it.
That's a big bottle.
You've tried it, haven't you?
It's delicious too.
Isn't it good?
Yes.
No sugar. Stevia, made with stevia and a little bit of honey, I think it is. Did anybody make my hamburger yet? Get me my hamburger. I'll tell you what. We developed a hamburger, John, and we brought you a bucket of beans. Did you?
Burger.
You still have it?
I had my first sampling two nights ago.
So you're eating out of the bucket. We brought you a present when we arrived, and because I always believe you got to bring a present.
Yeah.
And so did you like your bean burgers?
Oh, I absolutely loved it.
Look at here. This is our bean burger. This comes the bean. And Ricky, you made our first meatloaf. Yeah. Do you remember that?
I do remember that. We were at a telethon, I believe.
Yeah, we did. We did down in Florida. And then we were on vacation. We put these packets of bean burger in our suitcases. And so when you
we carry
and always rent a hotel room with a little kitchenettes in it. And I wouldn't even have nothing to eat if we didn't get a hotel with a kitchenette in it.
Honestly.
Because we fix all our own food on the road. But you had a good time at John's house?
Yes, loved it. I love seeing everything he had, too.
And you took all the video out there. I don't know if they have any video in the control room. But Ricky shot all the video for us and down the road. John, you live in a beautiful spot. Those gorgeous, we won't tell what mountains, but they're gorgeous mountains there. Wow.
I just love that bright Arizona sun. Oh, that's my homeland,
well,
so I felt so.
Here, look at John. He's wearing the same thing that he's wearing on the video because the minute I said, John, I want you to wear this at our show because this is the real John Shorey. You don't look so reverent in that, you know.
What's really impressed me and impacted me, John, is that when we went to your home, I was so, there was something that was just so amazing to me, is that this man has, by himself,
That's
of
right.
course with his wife, but I mean, by himself, has prepared all these things, he's built all these things, he's come up with, he's been creative, he's thought outside of the box, way before any of you were. And it's to think that one man could do this, and he didn't call in a whole team of contractors and experts and all of that, but he did it by himself. So that shows me that we can do this ourselves too. It just takes some research. It just takes, and here we are just giving you information. And I think, you know, that's pretty awesome.
How do you get all those water tanks we're seeing in these pictures? Are they old or new, or are they
Craigslist?
Craigslist.
Really?
Wow.
So what do you look under?
Farm and
Tanks?
garden.
Farm and garden. Because those
That's
kind of things
another
are
point.
expensive, but
Write
you
it
find
down.
them find them cheap. Used.
Yeah, those two water tanks that you were showing there, I picked up one of them, both of them for about $600 a piece. Normally over $2,000.
Oh, my.
You told me something too that about propane, and propane is a fuel. We have almost our whole house. We converted our home mainly, instead of electricity, we have propane. And you said something to me when I was at your house that I loved. You said propane has a long shelf life. I guess you
Indefinite.
put indefinite.
Wow.
Because it's God's stuff, right? And so I noticed you have a lot of the little propane tanks around. And people need fuel sources. And but all of it's so expensive. But there again, you go on Craigslist, is it?
I have actually found that certain kind of things that I want, I can actually for free put a want ad in Craigslist and have people come to me with the things that I want at the price that I want.
Oh, that's an awesome idea for us. See how he just throws out these little tips to us all the time? This is great.
Is getting creative one of the things you have to do whenever it comes to prepping?
Well, you know, they actually say that to be a good prepper, you need to learn a variety of skills. And
know some people too. You better stay with the body of Christ, because you may need somebody
ultimately,
that you might want a doctor to help you.
Ultimately, your preparing needs to be with a circle of friends that you're working together.
Yeah.
Because if you're out standing alone when things fall apart, you're going to be alone. You're going to be an easy target. You're going to be like the lamb that wanders away from the flock. You know, so that's how I've geared my preparation, is from the standpoint that I don't know everybody that's going to be with me, but I'm looking at having a circle that we will, you know, be able to circle the wagon.
Well, we have the same last name, so, you know, I'm just counting on that relationship, you know, that family thing.
Yeah. So you said something, I think it was the last time you were here, that you've got to prepare for your friends and relatives too, because they will come. So people just have enough. That's why Lori and I, we just put in this we ordered the year and a half.
Yes.
We got that, and I have that at the house now.
Yes.
And believe me, we have food in different places. This ministry is putting food in different places, and you won't find it. You may find part of it, but I'll tell you what. Don't come to these hills thinking you're going to cause trouble. Don't think you're going to come to these hills and steal these people's food. Now, I personally don't shoot guns. My mama never let me even have a gun. But I'll tell you what, my neighbors all have guns. My son-in-laws all have guns. And these people are not going to let you come into these hills. They're hillbillies. And they're
In a
used
good
to.
way.
No, I love hillbillies. I wish I were one.
We officially are, honey. We've lived in these hills for 11 years now.
Does that make you a hillbilly?
It sure does.
But they know how to survive. They know how to live off the grid. Some of them are still living off the grid. They know how. They know how to survive. They know how to have an outhouse outside. You know, they know how pump. They have pump water. Some of them still have those hand pumps. You won't be stupid when the power goes down, and it is going to be gone one day. I'll prophesy that as straight out as you ever heard, because there's days coming. And just Iran alone, and just the news just yesterday, Iran plans to have an atomic bomb, they're saying, within 30 days. Is that right? Isn't that the news
right.
just out of Israel and out of the Mideast? And I'm telling you, they have determined. And do you know who is building an electromagnetic bomb right now? This is a test,
know.
Zach. Do you know?
Yes, it's North Korea.
Oh, you never let me down. Zach is. I mean, there's so much news, we can't keep it all just in our minds. He can because he's young. But do they have it, or are they developing
Well, I have this article here. It says North Korea is developing electromagnetic pulse weapons. It says South Korea's spy agency said recently that North Korea was using Russian technology.
What are they doing with Russian technology?
Russian technology to develop electromagnetic pulse weapons aimed at paralyzing military electronic equipment, such as in the southern border.
And they're working on rockets that will reach the United States of America.
That's right. That's
What did we see a story about the mapping of the United States of America for outreach? Outreach, that sounds like a spiritual thing. Outreach of atomic weapons. They literally have mapped how far their rockets will reach into the center of America. Well, I didn't want to get into that.
Yeah, well, I mean, this article really quickly before we move on, it says North Korea making progress on ballistic missile that could strike U.S. North Korea is making progress on an intercontinental ballistic missile capable of delivering a first-generation nuclear warhead at the continental United States, a leading U.S. think tank said recently.
You must know what's coming. Even if you don't prepare, just prepare to die. You know what I mean? Prepare to go to heaven. Prepare for Jesus. Have your heart right with God. But be prepared, and don't blame God. He's warned us in his book. He's warned us in the living word of the living God. So let's do it. Well, I want to tell you something. I wasn't supposed to offer it one more day, but I'm just going to offer that super giant print Bible. We own all there are in the world that we know of. We can't find, we bought every one because this is my Bible for old friends, like me. And it has the giant, not giant print, it's super giant print. And this will absolutely probably be the last day, but call the 800 number if they're all gone. But it's that super giant for a gift of $30. But if you get two of them,
yes, it's for a donation of $60.
If you get two of them, you get a bonus one.
Yes.
Great Christmas gift. It's Christmas time, people, whether you like it or not. It is. And what happens every year? What happens? We'll run out of stuff right near Christmas, and people want to order, a few days before Christmas, like I do. I do my shopping really late usually. But anyhow. That giant print or super giant print Bible, one day we offered it. All the burgundy almost went. We got a few left, but so you can order a burgundy, but most likely you won't be able to get. But the black is all. But the operators will tell you if they're all gone. But I'm eating this bean burger, and I hope you listen. If you have some food, start maybe once a month. Just order a bucket. Order a bucket of something. Like order you'll never get tired of the bean burger. I've created, why did I do ketchup? I love ketchup. And if you want to order and get the first bottle of my ketchup, just give $5. Ketchup for the college. That's what all the funds.
I didn't know that.
We've got to. No, the college is growing. We will not have enough dorms for the boys in the next school
Next wave
year.
in August. Yes, that's right.
And
So when
so
you say
we
the
got to
college,
build the dorm.
What that means, if maybe you're watching for the first time, it's a media school. This is for, Sasha, tell us quickly.
It's a full-on media training internship school program. And so pretty much you come here and you learn all aspects of media, from anything to production, to camera, to editing, the whole thing.
And preaching.
Preaching. And this is the
You
only
study
place in the world that you can come and learn how to preach and bring camera.
You study the Bible every day.
Every day. We read the
In
Bible
one year,
together.
you go through the Bible in one school year.
Every day.
Through the Bible every day.
Every day.
And then you have Revelation teaching on
Yes, we do.
every Thursday.
Yes.
Yeah.
Just like tonight, we have a Revelation
Now,
class
I'm
taught by
wondering-
Zach Drew.
Zach is teaching the book of
So
Revelation.
it's an amazing school. They do it. It's what school you go to, you have your own show that reaches 80 million
that's what
people.
we can't forget.
They could watch it if they want.
Yes. Generation Now. Yes, and that is completely done by the Masters Media School. God has had such favor on that. Right now, we're in right around 80 million homes across America.
Yes.
So it's. But we're finding kids. They say, "Where are all the kids gone?" Some of them are here, and they're learning the God. And all of these cameras probably have students on them. Part of them do anyway. An awful lot of kids around here, and they're directors. You know, my new director is a student.
Yes,
The
he
one
is.
and he is the assistant director of our show right now with
the
he
one that
and
is
Mondo.
being taped right now.
Yeah, and Mondo walks away from the control board
Yep.
and leaves him sitting there and scares me to death. You know, I mean, that's like driving a 747. But when you support, now, you wanted to make an announcement today, Zach Drew, about
I am very excited
because
about
we've
this.
got to get some funds in here, and at $20 a WAP, it's not moving very fast. Maybe someone will give a grant to the school or $100 or $100,000 or something. But inch by inch, we're building the school, and the school is totally supported right now by the bread, our
That's
bread of
right.
life,
Yes.
and people love the bread. And for $20 a month, they're giving. They get what? Four loaves of bread.
loaves. And for a donation of $30 a month, you receive 6 loaves of bread. And for a donation of $40 a month, you receive 8 loaves of bread.
Do you know everywhere I went, people told me they'd eat no bread but our bread. Remember, whiter the bread, the sooner you're dead? Well, our bread has 9 grains in it, and it has salva seed that reduces cholesterol. Well, give them your announcement.
Yes. Well, what better to go on a black bean burger than our brand new Salba buns?
Yeah, salva seed, which reduces cholesterol.
That's right.
In fact, it's one of the healthiest things on earth is this salva seed. And so if they want to give $5, they can do the same as the bread, right?
Yeah,
$5
let's do
a
it.
month?
Yep, $5 a month. For $5, it's one complete package of the
So
Salba
you'll get
buns.
4 loaves. You'll get 4 loaves. It's pretty hard to ship just one, so they have to
Yes.
get minimum of.
So for a donation of $20, you will see 4 complete packages of these Salba buns.
Yeah, that's a half a dozen rolls. All the proceeds of that goes to
Amen.
the college.
Amen.
And so the same thing that we just finished okaying the buns, the hamburger buns.
Amen. And so you can also receive 6 for a donation of $30 a month, or 8 packages for a donation of $40 a month.
Yeah. So that's brand new. We just had to. We haven't been doing business because the buns have been ready to go for a couple weeks, and we haven't really announced it yet. But just this. Can you imagine? You're eating a bean burger on a salva bun, but it's got 9 grains in this.
That's what I was going to ask. Still has the 9 grains?
Same. Do you know what we make at our house? We make the Jim Baker pumpkin pie, and it's not even made out of pumpkin. It's squash. Well, I grow squash. I don't grow pumpkins. I'm going to take your Halloween pumpkins that you guys had, and we'll make some pies. But we make pie out of it. But you know what we make the crust out of? We make the crust out of my cereal. We you know that little grinder we sent you? Yeah. You just grind up. You grind up my 9 grains, whatever is in that, and with this all the way. And so you make the crust from that, And we put stevia in it. We put, what holds it together?
What is it?
Salba seed, not butter. Who said butter? Spank that boy down there.
That's what normally does.
No, you put salba seed in a bowl of water. Just put it in and let it puff up because it's mushy and it's what we make our jam out of.
Yes.
But then you just put that into the pie crust. And that holds it. That's a place of eggs. You don't have to put eggs in it if you put the wet salba seeds in it. Our temperature, what's happened to our temperature here?
It has dropped.
What?
It has dropped. It's extremely cold now.
Yeah, we've had a frost even, and it's freezing.
It's freezing from those of us from
And then
the
we
west.
went from your house to here. And was that a shock when you got off the airplane here?
I knew it was going to be a shock, so I brought my coat.
Yeah, you needed a coat.
Chilly last night.
But you've had a cold, right?
Yes, I have.
And Sue, you've had the change of this weather. Just everybody's draining. But the reason I take a silver saw, and the minute there's the bottle. If you don't use your silver saw, it just kills all the. It's like an antibiotic without side effects. Yeah. That's what the doctors call it.
Jim, does this stuff have much of a shelf life for preppers?
The silver has quite a few years.
Yeah.
But I don't know the exact amount of years.
It's a
but
good idea to
this
find out.
here is our brand new. We haven't even offered it except to give it away. And today's the first time I'm able, and this is still not even the final package. The new packaging will come next year, first of the year. But this is in the tins, and we gave these with the people who got the starter kits. And can you see it? Let me show. See, they are, and they powdered them a little more with something. I don't know what it is, but they tend to kind of want to melt up a little bit when they're hot, and so we're individually wrapping them now. The machine's coming into the Food for Health. We just got them spinning, trying to get everything done. But here's what you can do for a gift of $10.
That's right.
You can get one. And are you guys not all having everybody? Sue,
yeah.
Do you use these all the time?
I literally cannot live without
Great for
them.
singing.
I can't
anymore.
either.
For a singer.
We had to record the Christmas album
Yes.
while I was still recovering from being very, very sick and could
Cold.
not speak. And it was sad because as a singer, you want to do your best, and so it was hard going right into the studio. And Mark, our bass player, he went and got me a new 10 of these to take to the recording studio.
It's
with
like
me.
underground.
It is. It's like
because
the
they're not
secret
available.
here. Yeah.
They're not in the store. They're not anywhere. And so it's like, I got a secret stash. I'm going to go get the secret
It totally is a secret stash. But this is
Did
what
it
got
work?
me through recording that day. I could not have made it without the Silver Star lozenges.
I'm telling you.
But let me just tell you what, even if you're not a singer, although I want to be a singer. I sing all the time in the car
She
by
does.
myself.
I keep telling her to start singing now.
No, I am not a singer. No. Marie said, Mom, I really wish you really were a singer because you love music and love to sing.
We're
I'm
driving
not a
down the highway. She sings. She turns the radio on. She knows every song that's ever been written, I think.
I do.
You do.
Christian and secular, but sorry. Anyway.
Especially that 60s and 70s stuff, right?
Well, I have to
Late
love
70s, early 80s.
And 80s, yeah, 80s. You know better than I do.
Oh yeah, the kids are like we're the only kids probably that know all these songs that
70s and 80s music.
yeah.
All right,
yeah.
so
but
if-
I wanted to say about these that honestly I keep these by my bedside. I wake up in the middle of the night and when I'm starting to try to come down with something, which coming from southern Arizona and then coming back here and being chilly and with the change of seasons, I've been fighting. A lot of us have been fighting all of this, and my immune system, because of my hepatitis C and all that, I have the weakest immune system, and yet I have stayed. So I can't even believe it, and I know it's these these lotions. I know it's my silver sol. I know it's my vitamin D, which is also, you need to just go on the website. That vitamin D, I'm constant. If you see me on the set handing them something or taking something, it's vitamin D.
Yeah.
I
That's
literally
amazing,
drink
D,
the
too.
silver salt. I mean, it's not very ladylike, but I keep it right by my my bedside on my vanity,
Have a
and I
swig.
just drink it. I just swig it a little
And you know,
at a
it
time.
comes with those applicators. I spray it up my nose.
Yes.
And then we spray it all over the airplane.
All
and,
over the airplane.
We were in the
our seats, the
And the
people
other
next to us
passengers.
seats, their
Well,
handles,
Ricky,
our
that one
handles.
plane we flew on was the dirtiest
It was
airplane.
the single most dirtiest
It was a flying city dump. It was dirty.
It was
I
the
mean,
worst.
in the
It was the
crevices
worst
of the
one ever.
table there was
And of course-
filled,
and
you
of
know.
course, we're always in the last
We
row.
get the best seats where we open the windows and we can see the engine.
Right,
Yeah.
yeah, that's how we
The
fly.
best.
Yeah, we had the engine seats.
Yes.
The bathroom. I mean, if you go into that bathroom, take silver salt
Oh,
with you.
don't worry, I do.
But well, here,
I
this is
spray
one
it
here. This is
everywhere.
mine. This says my name on it. I don't know how I.
I hope it is, because I don't do that.
But it's so wonderful. I have chronic sinus drainage. That's one of the few things that I have in my life that I've never got over. But since I've had silver salt, and we're not trying to get you to get silver
No,
salt,
but it's
you
so
already have it. Use it.
It's
And
so
but the silver salt lozenges and
lozenges.
Is there a special deal on these at all?
Yes, we actually do. We have a baker's dozen, which is 13.
Yeah.
And that's going to be for a donation of $100 or more to the ministry.
This is just to get started. But next year they'll be actually, they won't be in a tin. They'll be in a bag. They'll be
Right.
in a bag, but
They'll
they'll
be
be
wrapped.
Each one will be wrapped, you know, like they do with the
Right.
cough drops and all
But
that.
I'm going to tell you what, right now, I would take these, especially during this time of the year.
The problem with healthy things, it costs so much money to make them for us. Because we can't go and get 1 million of something. We have to order it, you know, by the thousands. And that's why things cost a lot more. But if you compare our breads and stuff to in the stores,
Yes.
most people, $5 is a good loaf of bread. I mean, you can get probably still 50 cents white bread that just wads up into nothing.
Yes, but for the good healthy bread, you'll actually often pay more than $5 in the health food stores.
You better believe it. Hey, we went to we were so excited because we got to go to Whole Foods. Oh my goodness, I was in heaven. Hallelujah. Praise the Lord. Because we don't have anything like that around here. But I wish we did. But I will tell you, we were so excited when we went. We were taking pictures in Whole Foods of all the great products.
Do you know our store already, our store here, this general store, we're stocking all the newest things I found on my trip. I mean, already. One of the big companies, and that I just believe in their products so much, and they've developed amazing, and I'll talk about it maybe on the show one day. They shipped me today, overnight, they shipped me every single one of their products so we can try them all. They're amazing. We're going to carry all of them in our general store. We're carrying some amazing drinks that are knock your socks off. I mean, healthy.
And that's the other thing I've been drinking for the past few days to help keep me well.
Yeah.
It's a whole nother drink.
Yeah,
And
so
we
we're just
have
trying
these
to
here
help people.
because they have, live, they're probiotics, and you can even see everything floating around, and I mean, you drink it, and it keeps you healthy.
Tammy Sue, you haven't sang, and you're feeling better. So you got to sing right now, and then John's going to preach the rest of the show. I want you to sing a song from our new Christmas
Yay!
CD, brand new. It's just done. This is the Morningside Family Christmas CD. It's just being pressed this week. And Kevin, we had a special deal for your birthday. We're still celebrating your birthday.
Yes,
Happy
thank
birthday.
you. Happy birthday to me.
Your 50th birthday, Kevin. No, there are things in there, Kevin, seriously, that you will want.
Listen, we're not,
prepared.
but we're not supposed to offer your
Well,
present.
you have so teased me now. That's not fair.
Help me,
Okay.
Zach. There was like for a $50 gift. It was only for his birthday.
Yes.
But Kevin, I told Kevin when you go a half a century, we celebrate a week. You get a whole week a birthday.
Yes.
Should be a
Now,
whole month.
when you turn, is it
70?
70? You get a month.
Yeah.
Grandma,
And when you
I
turn
think 90
Grandma,
should be the
a
whole
year.
year. We celebrate every day when you turn 90. If you turn 90, we celebrate every day. It says, hallelujah, you've lived another day. Hallelujah.
But yes, we actually, whenever it was Kevin's birthday, we had a very special offer in honor of Kevin, and it was for an offer of $50 to the ministry, and it came with 2 beautiful pieces of wall art, and
And we gave him that one. I don't have them around here.
I believe I can fly.
I believe I can fly.
Already.
It was always supposed to be a one-day wonder, but
And I believe the other one was, I think it was Amazing Grace.
yeah, on the wall. It's beautiful. And so, but they get this CD, the new Christmas CD, and then, Kevin, they get your best work you've ever done.
Kevin and Friends.
It only took you 8 years to do this CD, this DVD. It's a video.
Yes, DVD. That's right. But can you listen to it like as a CD too, if you just wanted to, or no?
I'm sure you can. Most people do. They
'Cause the
can play
music
the.
is just
But when you
phenomenal.
say that it's his best, it's just that there were
Don't
so,
you think it's amazing?
there were so many
do.
people that were here on our broadcast at the last that are singers, great singers like Dottie Rambo.
Her last song on TV is on there.
Right, with Kevin. And at the last minute, nothing rehearsed, and Jim would just say, Kevin, get up and sing with Dottie.
There's
there he
me
is.
and the Couriers.
There's the Couriers.
Statue of Liberty.
Yeah.
They wrote it.
Their hit song. That's probably
And you're
they'll be
singing
known for forever.
And you sang with them, but you sang with that song with BB, and we just.
Lord lift us up. Yeah.
But we added the new one with Tammy
Yes,
Sue.
That's going to be my favorite, of course, because it was such a emotional moment. It was hard to sing. And we
Right.
were singing. We were probably crying more than singing.
Right.
But we sang Andre Crouch's greatest song, "The Blood Will Never Lose Its Power." and
Yes.
that's when Tammy Sue came out the double doors.
To surprise
Oh,
Jim.
what a moment! My great, but they're all my favorite songs.
Yes.
The God of the Mountain is on there.
Yes, sir.
But you
Now is the
have
time with
Now
Pam
is the
you're,
time, yeah.
you're in your now is the time with Pam Thumb.
Yeah.
My
Oh, was
Lord.
that
How did
a
I get in
song?
on that one? I don't know.
And
That was
then
great.
what's that one with
can't
your
wait
good
for-
friend, the girl, the two songs you got to sing 2 songs with her?
Debbie Boone?
No,
No,
Donna
you did that.
Donna
Donna
Rastaffer,
Rastaffer.
yes.
Donna, forgive me, Donna. That's my sister's name. I should remember it easier. But Donna, you sang "Wonderful." He's wonderful, or
more than wonderful.
More than wonderful.
it's hard
now
not to
that's
sing
the
good with
song where you get up and you have to march around the room.
You have to.
It is
We
a
need to have
rapture.
Donna back.
It's a
Donna
but
has to come back.
though that CD is probably the greatest thing I have ever heard in my
25
life.
songs on there, 25 cuts.
It's
it's
just
all done.
absolutely amazing. But you get all of that for a gift of $50.
Yeah.
The 2 pictures, and then the video should be $50 of that 20.
Easily.
25 of the greatest moments I think, perhaps in your life. I think the 25 of your
Without a
great
doubt,
moments.
Jim, without a doubt. Best moments of my life.
And so we want to get the Christmas stuff to you, and you know it ended up on that video. Several Christmas songs are on there that you
Yes.
say.
One of my favorites, of course, singing Silent Night. Oh, with Debbie Boone. Thank you, Jesus.
Do you know who's coming to our show? Speaking of Christmas,
Who's coming to our show?
on
December 2nd?
Yeah, December 2nd.
I
Guess who's coming to
No,
this?
I haven't even heard. It's not on my
You won't
list.
even. Nobody's. You won't even guess.
No.
Guess. Can you guess who's coming?
I did.
Santa Claus. No. Your father-in-law.
I think I know. Yes, my father-in-law.
No way.
Mel Tillis.
And the Statesiders will be here.
Kevin's father-in-law. Who, by the way, Mel Tillis. Hi, Mel.
We
Because
love
Mel
you,
watches
Mel.
our show.
Yes, he does.
And some of our big books we've sent out are his favorites. Did you know that?
Yes. No, I know. He has the Adams chart. He has the Pilgrim's Progress. He collects all of the. And,
But he's going to come on December 2nd.
He'll be here in the
And you're going to sing with Mel Tillis.
Well, we'll see if he'll let me. But
Oh, he's a good father-in-law. I know. I want to tell you.
And his gospel albums are great.
And his gospel, he's going to sing his gospel. But I want to tell you, he's probably got the best band of any country.
And they're going to be here. All 8
The
pieces.
band, his whole band is coming.
The Statesiders. Yeah.
Yeah. And we're going to have Mel Tillis in person for a day. And
Scott's having a panic attack now, but yes, our sound man.
nobody knows. This just happened. This
It must
happened.
have. I mean,
It was a kind of a birthday
I am
present,
the
I think.
last to
Yeah,
know, but-
it is. I've been asking him for a long time, and he finally, he said, "Of course, I'd love to do it."
We love
So,
Mel.
Tammy Sue, I want you to sing one of the songs from the brand new album. That if you do that, and we're going to determine we're going to raise enough money that we don't go in the hole this Christmas, because people just forget to give. They're giving to each other, but the church has to go on. So here's Tammy Sue to sing one of the songs, one of my favorites. It's called "Oh, What a Wonderful Child."
Yes.
And that's Jesus.
Come on now, get into it. We got a lot to celebrate about. Jesus, Jesus, oh, what a wonderful child. Jesus, Jesus, so lowly, meek and mild. New life, new hope, new joy he brings. Oh, won't you listen to the angels sing? Glory, glory, glory to the newborn King. Come on now. Jesus, Jesus, oh, what a wonderful child. Jesus, Jesus, so lowly, meek and mild. New life, new hope, new joy he brings. Oh, won't you listen to the angels sing? Glory, glory, glory to the newborn King. He was heralded by the angels, born in a lowly manger. The Virgin Mary was his mother, and Joseph was his earthly father. 3 wise men came from afar. They were guided by a shining star to see King Jesus where he lay in a manger filled with hay. Oh, Jesus, come on now. Jesus, oh, what a wonderful child. Jesus, Jesus, so lowly, meek and mild. New life, new hope, new joy he brings. Oh, won't you listen to the angels sing? Glory, glory, glory to the newborn King. Come on now. Jesus, Jesus, oh, what a wonderful child. Jesus, Jesus, so lowly, meek and mild. New life, new hope, new joy he brings. Oh, won't you listen to the angels sing? Glory, glory, glory to the newborn King. Come on now. Jesus, Jesus, oh, what a wonderful child. Yeah. Jesus, Jesus, so lowly, meek and mild. New life, new hope, new joy he brings. Oh, won't you listen to the angels sing? Glory, glory, glory to the newborn King. Glory, glory to the newborn King. Hallelujah. Glory. Woo.
Whoa, live, but it's on the new CD.
Yes, everybody
Oh,
needs to
Sue,
get
I'm glad you put that on, because my goal this year is to keep Christ in Christmas.
That's for
Come on, listen, you all helped me, and I'm sure Fox Network did a little bit.
Yes.
But we got.
Remember
when Walmart told its greeters they could no longer say Merry Christmas? Yeah. I want to tell you something. You Christians bombarded Walmart, and the Walmart greeters officially can say Merry Christmas today. We're going to keep Christ in his, we hope, in honor in this country.
Now, what was the love? I may have missed this. What's the love offer?
Well, it's a leftover from Kevin's birthday, because we're celebrating the whole week.
It's part of the $50 level.
$50 in honor of his 50th birthday. You get the big, the new Christmas album.
And?
You get the new. I mean, it's the best. I mean, I'm shouting by the end of it. I almost missed the show yesterday. I was playing it while I was getting dressed, and I got so wrapped up in it. I just loved it. And then they get the 2 wall plaques that we specialize in, these musical wall plaques.
Excellent.
In our store. Did you see them?
Yes, I did.
Aren't they great?
They're absolutely gorgeous. You can frame them, or you could just have them how they are because they just look great on your wall.
Now, we have one over here in a grandma frame.
Yes, we do.
So you could put it in you can frame them if you want. But you hip young people, you just hang them up the way they are, don't you?
Yeah, and you can layer them, or you can put them just stagger them on your wall, and they look great in there.
I don't know what they call that framing.
It's
a shadow box.
Shadow box framing, but that's when you can drop them in a regular frame if you want to.
Which looks really beautiful.
But that's like
very
Grandma
classy.
Maxine probably like that.
Yeah.
Because that's a kind of a grandma frame. But you can put it in any frame you want as well. But they shouldn't be framed, really.
No.
They
You
just
can just hang them.
just hang them.
Great. They're
Just hang
amazing.
them.
We found them, Jim. I mean, one thing about what
But
we
there
do
won't be any left in
is
America
we go out and
after
we,
Kevin's birthday offering, I'm
I know,
sure.
it's the truth. We go out and we find things ourselves, you and I, and we're like, we have to have that. And so then Jillian, who is amazing in our general store, she manages and she gets on the phone and she makes it happen.
Well,
And so
I want to tell people, our general store, like our Bible room, is going to be amazing in a few days. All the Bibles, you look at whatever the price is on the box, you only get 50% of that.
Wow.
And then we'll have tables in there that'll be below that. We're honestly not here to make money. It sounds like it. We just got to pay the bills. We have to pay the bills. That's all. And there's one of them right there. And I believe I Can Fly. This is your birthday one.
because he can sing
But
that
see, there's
song.
shadow box. See,
Yes.
see, this is hard. See that?
Yeah.
These are shadow box. And so, I mean, they're really sturdy.
Touch the sky.
Yeah.
And this would be so good. I'd like to give this to Ricky to put in his room, because I want kids to believe they can do anything through Christ. And Kevin, this has been one of your signature songs.
I love it.
But and then How Great Thou Art.
This is like the one that's in your office.
Oh, then Lean on Me. That's in the second. We have a double the offer, and you'll get 4 of these song plaques, but you get a 5th one as a bonus.
And this is the
in
I
that
Love
pack.
You More offer.
And then you get the music, and for a gift of $100,
That's right.
you get 5 of these. Is that right?
Yep, that's right. You get 5
You
of
get
the
5
wall
plaques.
arts and the Kevin and Friends DVD with 25 different songs, and also the brand new Morningside Christmas CD.
You ladies here, you like to go shopping, don't you?
Yes.
The store is just packed full. We have Christian books, all the top-selling Christian, the music, and all our store, and our store people have just done an amazing job. And it's and we won't double the space, but we will double half the space in the store in a few weeks.
Oh, I'm so excited for it.
We've taken over one whole nother section
Okay,
for
so
it.
now we have to get on to what we said we were going to talk about on the last
Well,
broadcast.
tomorrow's broadcast is going to be John Shorey speaking, teaching, preaching. John, let's just, before we leave the show today, we've done a lot of business to get, because we have stuff we just got behind on while we were doing all these other programs and while we were on vacation. Well, it's supposed to be a vacation. It really wasn't a vacation, but we sure enjoyed coming to your house.
Yes, we did.
You gave us a scripture that I don't know how anybody can deny the fact that the Antichrist is going to be revealed before Jesus returns. Would you read that scripture again?
Yes, and I'll share a little bit on this. It's 2 Thessalonians chapter 2, verses 1 through 3. This is a key scripture that shows that the Antichrist has to show up before the gathering, before the rapture.
That's right.
And there are teachers, very well-known teachers, that are trying to diminish this and I'm going to share how they're doing it, and I'm going to share why it doesn't make any sense. So I'm going to read it first. This was Paul speaking to the church, and he says, concerning the coming of our Lord Jesus Christ and our being gathered to him, which everyone recognizes this is the rapture.
The word rapture is not in the Bible.
That's right. But
It's the gathering.
The gathering, that's right.
The catching away.
We ask you, brothers, not to become easily unsettled or alarmed by some prophecy, report, or letter supposed to have come from us, saying that the day of the Lord has already come. You see, he's saying the day of the Lord is the rapture. And he's saying, don't be confused that some people are saying it's already come. Don't let anyone deceive you in any way, for that day a man doomed to destruction, which is known as the Antichrist. So basically what it's saying is, Paul is saying, don't let anyone deceive you. The rapture is not going to happen until the great falling away and the man of sin, the Antichrist, is revealed. That's really very plain as I read it.
The falling away has begun, don't you believe?
Yeah, I believe it's already begun, and I believe that when things really start falling apart and the rapture doesn't happen, when the dollar collapses and famines come and anarchy and all of these things, that so many prophets and even economists are seeing this coming down the road soon. When everything starts falling apart, and as the Bible says, a quart of wheat will cost a day's wages. That means the dollar's not worth very much. And when that happens, there's going to be a lot of very disillusioned Christians going to their pastors and saying, why didn't you warn us about this? You know, when the one world government is being forced on America, the Christians are going to go to their pastors and say, why didn't you warn us about this? Can I even trust you? And I believe that there will be a great falling away, far huge compared to what we're seeing right now. Well, anyway, the way that this is being dismissed is where it says, don't let anyone deceive you in any way, for that day will not come until the rebellion occurs, and in some translations, a falling away, or a
turning away from God's new century.
That's right. And what they're saying is that this word for great falling away or falling away is really, it's like they're looking into the original text and they're saying what this is really saying is catching away. So that what they're saying is that the Antichrist will not be revealed until the catching away. So they're putting the rapture ahead of the revealing of Antichrist.
So they're just replacing the words with what it really says, where it says there's going to be a great falling away. They're actually saying that's the rapture. There's going to be a great rapture, great gathering away.
Yes, so I'm going to explain a little bit about this. So
you know, that's what scares me of the new theology. It's really scary. You guys better read the Bible. Can I say you guys? That's from a Michigan term. You guys, you better start studying and reading the Bible for yourself. That's what changed my life. I had to go somewhere for a rest farm for 5 years to study and to read, because you put it in context, John, like you do out in the desert. It's dangerous for you guys to be put away in a desert place or a prison place or wherever you've been, because when you start reading the Bible as it is written in line, truth comes.
So let me hit the punchline here.
Yes.
I'm going to tell you why this interpretation doesn't make any sense. Because if Paul would have read it this way, wrote it this way, this is what it would sound like. Don't let anyone deceive you. For the gathering or the rapture will not occur until the rapture occurs. And the Antichrist is revealed. That absolutely doesn't make any sense. So the reason they're doing this, I'm going to tell you where the error comes from. When the book of King James, when the King James Bible was written, there was 60 or 70, I believe it was 70 scholars that worked on interpreting the original Greek and Hebrew And many other good Bible translations had 60, 70 scholars that would look at every Greek and Hebrew word and look at it and come up with the most logical interpretation. And when somebody, I don't care if he's the greatest TV preacher in the world, when he goes to his Bible by himself and said, I was studying the Greek, and in this tense or this or that, I can see it really means something different. The Bible has a word for that, and it says the Bible is not of any private interpretation. And it's because of private interpretations that people are being taught wrong.
It's good.
So, can I have another couple of minutes here, Jim?
Yes.
I really have to close for today. But if I could go to Matthew 24, here you have 2 Thessalonians. If you go to Matthew 24, you see Jesus said the whole list of things, and he talks about the abomination that has to be revealed of desolation, which is the Antichrist.
Yes.
That has to be revealed before Jesus comes back. So here Jesus is saying it. You have it over here with Paul saying it. And there's a lot more. We cannot keep cutting and pasting the Bible because people are going to believe it's a harmony of the Bible. And when you see the four horses of the apocalypse, all of these things are going to take place. But we have to say goodbye today. Tomorrow, we're going to start right at the beginning, right where we are. We're going to go right on the air, and we're going to start with this. But I want you to pray for people before we go off there. John, would you pray? You've studied so much. You lived in this. Pray that people's minds will be illuminated, that the veil will be lifted, and that they will see the truth. Because I'm afraid God spoke to me that people will commit suicide when the world comes apart because they've fallen in love with this present world. He says, don't love the world or the things of the world. But would you pray for revelation for people, and that everybody watching will go to heaven and won't be left behind and won't go through this thing? And he said, I don't want that day to come upon you unaware. Pray that prayer, would you?
Dear Heavenly Father, as we search the Scriptures, as we search the Word, Father, I pray that those that are in the listening audience, I pray that their hearts and their minds would be open.
Yes.
Lord, your Word said that certain things would not be revealed, mysteries would not be revealed until that time of the end. And this is the time of the end. And Lord, we need to have our minds open instead of being closed-minded. Help us, Father, I pray, to be open to hear from the Holy Spirit as we search your Word for truth.
Yes.
And we thank you in Jesus' name. Amen.
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 Don't miss tomorrow's broadcast. We're going to go through the 10. We're at least going to begin them. Tomorrow's broadcast, the 10 reasons why John Shorey says he is preparing for something that's coming on earth. Don't forget, this is one of the last days we could even hint that we can send the food before Christmas. They're going to try to do it this week yet. And after this week, we won't even promise anything, but we're doing our best. As long as machine don't break down or something goes wrong, we'll get for this week only. The last week, if you order a year of food, you'll get the half a year bonus for this week yet. We do have to go. Remember that God loves you so much. He really does. Remember, the operators are standing by. 1-888-988-158. Toll free. 24 hours a day, Lori.
Right. Or write us at P.O. Box 7330, Branson, Missouri 65615. Or go to the website at JimBakerShow.com. We love you so very much.
Amen.
Watching today's broadcast. Remember to receive any of the products mentioned in today's broadcast. Call 1-888-988-158 1588. Or write to Jim Baker, P.O. Box 7330, Branson, Missouri 65615. All of our products are available on our website at jimbakershow.com.
Something is happening.
Reports are coming in of a massive grid failure that has taken power out along the east coast of the United States.
And it's time for us to be ready.
America is running on empty with gas supply trucks delayed and refineries shut down.
I wish that I had taken several gallon milk jugs, cleaned them out properly, and stored water in them.
Gas stations are closed down, grocery stores are closed down. I'm hoping this doesn't become a situation where people start looting.
Now, we've received multiple unconfirmed reports of food-related riots and looting. Police are struggling now to keep up with the volume of incidents caused by the ongoing crisis.
There's people out there in a bad situation who aren't prepared, and they're, bad people do bad things.
When you are prepared, it gives you a peace of mind.
If you want to order food and have it this year, if you want to get it even the first of the year, you better order it now. This is hearty. Is that not hearty?
Yes.
Is that hearty?
Is. That would fill you
Is that
up.
hearty?
Yes.
Oh, I want to take a big bite of it. I'm so tempted.
That's life-sustaining, as you say.
So now we got this
Southwest white bean chili.
All right, this, you chocolate lovers will love this anyway. Here's some of the things. You get lentil burgers in this.
Look how beautiful
and,
this is.
So what we
this
did...
lentil burger meatloaf, for lack of a better word, but a lentil burger loaf, look at that.
We have the Italian rotini. We have the brown sugar oatmeal here. We have the vegetable barley soup.
Oh, that's
See all
so
those
hearty,
vegetables
yes.
in there.
The creamy vegetable rice,
Yeah.
which is right over here. The Tuscan butter noodles, yummy, yummy, yummy. The Italian tomato pasta for you Italian lovers. The 6-grain cereal, great for breakfast or a midnight snack or whatever you need. Tammy Sue's favorite, the no-bake cookies. These are yummy. And then also we have the sugar cookies. The brownies are they're chewy, they're moist, they're delicious. And to think that they are 20-year shelf life.
Now,
But
they
don't
still
forget-
have a couple drinks in
Yeah.
it, too. We still have the
But
orange
don't
drink,
forget
and we
this.
have the grape drink,
Right
and we
here.
have the whey
Yes,
milk.
yes,
That
but-
potato soup actually is a new recipe.
I see it says Nantucket potato soup. Don't forget about the tropical gelatin. Like I keep saying, it's a burst of flavor in your mouth. And I've never been a huge gelatin lover, but I love that.
You send a $1,000 gift or a $500 gift, you're getting a value that's literally worth more than your donation.
Call 1-888-988-1588. That number again is 1-888-988-1588. Or write us at P.O. Box 7330, Branson, Missouri 65615. You can donate online at www.jimbakershow.com. Thank you for helping us broadcast and change lives around the world.